Trace.
Nice. Well, go ahead and let us know what you think about the topic at hand.
The topic at hand, Pan Africanism is and always has been a psyop. Um, and initially, it was a psyop to get Black Americans freed or being freed or freeing themselves from slavery to go back to Africa on our own accord. Then it evolved into a consciousness movement that allowed for people who were immigrating here to siphon resources, a la Marcus Garvey, who took the equivalent of $17 million in today's money from people who had just came out of the genocide of Reconstruction, which 2 million Black Americans perished during that time period from
Whoa,
1865.
Marcus Garvey, the Jamaican? How
Yeah,
did
the Jamaican.
he get that much money from us?
Well, okay. It started with Callie House. Callie House was the first reparationist in America. She was galvanizing Black Americans and gathering funds for. Uh, I forgot the specifics of it. She was gathering funds for. It was something very specific, but she was the first to lobby for reparations for Black Americans. So the
Mm.
United States government, in order to combat that, they arrested her for mail fraud, and she was illegitimately
It's a black woman, a white woman?
a Black American woman. Her name was Callie House.
Callie House.
C Callie House. You have to look her up. Callie. Callie House. She was the first reparationist in America. So she was illegitimately arrested and jailed. And immediately after that, Marcus Garvey took the 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 momentum that she had and the people that she had gathered behind behind the reparations movement, and he finessed them into Pan Africanism, right? And or the Go Back to Africa movement. And this was in,
Mhm.
and how it was interesting. If you read about it, read about him and her simultaneously, you get a better picture. But
Yeah.
he got the monies, these monies that she was gathering to fund Black Americans. He got Black Americans to invest into going back to Africa. That was the funds, right? So this is how he got the 2 million at that time, which is 17 million in today's money. That is how he gathered those funds. Then he was arrested for mail fraud, um, and he was jailed for, I believe, 2 years, and he was subsequently deported. He is the first Caribbean to be deported ever.
Damn.
So people, to be deported like by the government for a specific reason. He is the very first Caribbean.
Mm, interesting. Yeah, you know what? Let's read a little bit about the Back to Africa movement. It was a political movement in the 19th and 20th centuries advocating for a return of the descendants of African American slaves to the African continent. The movement originated from a widespread belief among some European Americans in the 18th and 19th century United States that African Americans would want to return to the continent of Africa. In general, the political movement was an overwhelming failure. Very few former slaves wanted to move to Africa. I wonder why. The
Because
small,
we're not African, but go ahead.
yeah, that part. The small number of freed slaves who did settle in Africa, some under duress, initially faced brutal conditions due to diseases to which they no longer had biological resistance. Would they have ever had biological resistance? That's not something that just, gets
It
washed
doesn't
away.
go away
Yeah,
generationally,
come on.
right? If
Yeah.
if I have if my body has a predisposed antibody to malaria, and through, it doesn't matter if it's 10 generations, It won't just leave my body. So this is how you know we're not African. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
As the failure became known in the United States in the 1820s, it spawned and energized the radical abolitionist movement. In the 20th century, the Jamaican political activist and black nationalist Marcus Garvey, members of the Rastafari movement, and other African Americans supported the concept, but few actually left the United States. In the 18th century, thousands of black loyalists joined British military forces during the American Revolutionary War. And wait, hold on, black loyalists? What is a black loyalist? People of African descent who sided with the loyalists during the American Revolution. They were evacuated from New York to Nova Scotia. They were listed in the Book of Negroes as the British gave them certificates of freedom.
Yes.
Interesting.
They,
I didn't
so
know there was
they
black
fought.
folks who fought for Britain.
Yes, they fought for Britain because Britain guaranteed them freedom. Some went to the Caribbean. Some went to like the Bahamas. Some went to Trinidad and Tobago. A couple of them went to even Jamaica. Um, so yeah, and they went, of course, to Nova Scotia, and they founded a couple of cities up there. But the Back to Africa movement
Wait,
is
hold on. You know
rooted
what?
in white supremacy.
There's a little bit more I want to read. It says in 1787, the British Crown founded a settlement in Sierra Leone in what was called the Province of Freedom, beginning a long process of settlement of formerly enslaved African Americans in Sierra Leone. During these same years, some African Americans launched their own initiatives to return to Africa, and by 1811, Paul Cuffey, a wealthy New England African American slash Native American shipper, had transported some members of the group known as the Free American Society to Liberia. During these years, also, some free African Americans relocated to Haiti, where a slave revolution had affected a free black state by 1800. Okay, interesting.
Mhm.
And Marcus Garvey was basically a black boule scheming and scamming ass Jamaican.
Yep. It's very interesting. And I want to everyone. I want to preface this too. So whenever you see people say B1, B1 is Pan Africanism. So I don't know if people don't understand this, but the creator of B1 or Black First said that it is Pan Africanism 2.0. So you know, it's getting real dicey out here.
Interesting. Yeah, it's getting real dicey for sure. And if there's anybody that wants to call in and provide some commentary. The StreamYard link is posted. But Millie, is this your first time hearing about this from a African living in the UK? What is your guys' perception of Marcus Garvey?
Oh gosh, he's like the greatest human being ever to live. Because mind you, we are being African, but there's also a Caribbean community, particularly a Jamaican community, and that's just like he's like the greatest human being to live. And the things I've read about him as well, I think he also had some things that he has some ships moving back and forth. And I think his back to Africa, we were like, that's the reason why I can't jump on Umar Johnson because it looks like he's showing intent. And it's like, it's easy to say someone's a scammer, but it's like, if someone has to show, okay, this is what I've been doing to improve things in the community. Like me, I'm not doing it anyway. I'm just doing a little bit like, going mentoring our young and everything, just trying to teach them the little knowledge that I have to try and make sure they don't make mistakes, the same mistakes that I made. But I personally, I with I think Umar Johnson and Marcus Garvey are people who are actually putting in the effort. So and even some of the things that Marcus Garvey said, he if he really wanted to work a scam, he probably would have just stayed in Jamaica. But it's the fact that in Jamaica they were still kind of blinded with the colonialism and imperialism. They still felt that imperialism was the best thing to happen. I mean, we know it was the complete opposite. So
But hold on again though. This goes into the tether conversation. Marcus Garvey would have been a goddamn tether. You're telling me that you are from the island of Jamaica, and instead of fighting for civil rights there, or getting the Jamaican people to go back to Africa from which they originate, you come over to America, a foreign land to you, and work to get those people shipped back to Africa. And clearly, now that it's been, centuries since, we know that, this was mostly for financial and political gain. So, this is something that we look at very, very critically. because it just doesn't make sense. The math isn't mathing, to be honest. Um, it's like saying we have you know police brutality and stuff going on in America, right? And then there's also the Israel-Palestine conflict. And imagine if we had a Palestinian who came over to America and is focused on advocating about getting us to get shipped back to Africa and da 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 da, instead of focusing on the plight of their, fellow countrymen. I mean, it's something that anybody would look at with extreme skepticism, but because Marcus Garvey has a similar hue of complexion to us, we allow this shit to rock out. Yep.
Right. So, you read the letter that Marcus Garvey wrote the KKK?
God, I was today's years old when I learned that Marcus Garvey wrote to the Grand Wizard of the KKK.
Yes, sir. That's what I was to ask. Is Marcus Garvey is so revered in Britain or Jamaicans? I'm sure they've read the letter that he wrote to the Grand Wizard of the KKK, in which he was discussing Black Americans and our laziness and lack of self-worth.
That sounds like some tether talking points.
Yeah. So
Millie,
you
is this
might,
your first time? Is this your first time hearing about this, Millie?
I know he spoke with the KKK because I'm thinking, okay, if he wants a back to Africa movement and he wants to get money, why don't he get these bastards? Because they don't want us. I'm thinking, okay, they don't want us in America any more than we want to be in America. So why don't we get these racist idiots
No,
to
no, no, no.
fund
Time
it?
out, time out,
us.
time out. No, whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on, hold on. Don't speak for us because clearly we wanted to remain in America. That's why so few even left in the first place. So
Okay,
we did not want to leave America, or else we would have all went to Liberia.
I guess maybe he had enough people. I mean, you got to understand the climate of things at the time, where the persecution and Jim Crow, Reconstruction. That I can imagine at least one or two people would want to say, let me get out of this. I mean, let me get out.
One or
Where can
two
I
is an
go?
extreme minority. I mean, we're talking about the majority of the people. The majority of the people had roots spanning centuries in the US and wanted to stay, which is why we did. And which is why we have not left. We have not fled. We stay, we fight, we build, which is what separates us from others.
I guess it is a natural human instinct that if something is not right somewhere, that you'd want to leave it. Like me, like if there was something better for me than the UK, I would leave this. I would leave this place in a heartbeat.
And that's the difference between us and them. We would much rather stay here and build up what we got.
Sir, wouldn't you say that's a very cowardly way to view citizenship?
Sorry, can you come again? Like a cowardly way to view citizenship? Like,
Yes, if you are a citizen of a country and you face a hardship in that country, you will leave at the drop of a hat instead
it's,
of fighting to create a better situation for the
uh,
peoples of that country.
I'm saying it's a natural instinct. It's like if I'm in a room and I smell ammonia, my natural instinct is I'm going to get away from it because I know it's going to wreck my body. So it's just like it's. I know you kind of have like a dissenting view on people who leave their homelands to come to seek greener pastures, but it's natural instinct to if there is somewhere that there's light at the end of the tunnel, you want to walk towards the light.
That
So
is not natural instinct at
No, it is
all. If that was
not.
natural instinct, there would be no such thing as nations. There would be no such thing as countries. If all it takes is some hard times for the people to flee to a foreign land where they think they have greener pastures.
It's a very interesting logic. And I want to ask one more question. Why the insistence on the us, right? We, us. Do you consider yourself to be black?
absolutely, I absolutely, and I'm
Okay.
kind of happy. Thanks.
Where are your people from? If I might ask, I'm sorry.
Are people from Nigeria?
Okay. Can you name ethnic group or tribal group in Nigeria called Black?
Well, there isn't really one called Black. No,
Okay, so there is no one in Nigeria called Black.
no,
Okay.
not
Uh,
legally anyway.
okay.
Maybe
It's just an
description.
interesting thing that this oneness, this imaginary oneness that we have that didn't exist during slavery or Jim Crow, and immediately after all of these hardships are experienced and over and fought and won, and there are rewards to be gained, the descendants of the people who supposedly sold us into that situation want to claim a oneness under our identity created by that situation.
Oh, and hold on a
Oh,
second.
can I've got to interject something.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. There's something I want to address. And this sounds like it's probably an African. So I would urge you, Mawana, to click the link and call in because we'd love to have a conversation with you. But Moana says, "You are funny comparing living in the first world country and in a third world country. Here's what you guys don't understand. At one point in time, our conditions in the United States were third world country conditions, but we fought, rose above that until we got to what we now know as a first world country. So, this whole notion that, oh, if we had it as bad as you guys, we would have fled. We've had it as bad and as worse at certain points in history.
Who created the doorknob? Who created the toilet? The modern toilet. We created this first world condition. Our inventions innovated the world. There is a reason why this is a first world. It is not because people were fleeing from California to Florida every time things got hard. This logic that America is a first world because of Caucasians is very flawed and very much so a fallacy.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't believe that in any way, but yeah, it's like I don't want to. If we go into history, like where if it was in the worst of Jim Crow, where could Black Americans have gone to, where they wouldn't be catching hell for being Black? Because it was kind of happening all over the world. So where could they have gone to? Because I could say, there were a number of
Mm,
Black Americans who went to France.
are you
Like
telling me that there is a color caste system in Britain?
oh yeah, of course, absolutely, there
When
is.
did this happen?
Oh, I think it's not to say. I mean, it's something that we probably brought with us when we left our respective countries of origin. I wouldn't say it's that bad because I mean, not to stir up anything, but Terence Trent D'Arby said that when he saw Seal, that was the first time he'd seen someone so dark and someone who was so esteemed and so dark. And this is coming from Terence Trent D'Arby or Sananda Maitreya. And I've known a lot of Black American dark-skinned Black women have always said that they looked up to Melissa Bell from Soul to Soul or Jane Eugene from Loose Ends in terms of dark-skin confidence. So I'm not trying to stir nothing up, but it's like,
Are you?
and
No,
even,
no. So you're equating black with dark skin? That's what I'm hearing.
well, no, not necessarily, but I mean, the majority of us are sort of wouldn't pass the brown paper bag test. So I think that's what we saw. I
And where
guess
was where was the
Boy,
brown
hold on,
paper
guys. Hold
bag?
on, guys. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. And we've got some more guests I want to bring up in just a moment.
I'm
But
sorry. Go ahead.
I was looking for the exact letter that Garvey wrote to the Ku Klux Klan, and I couldn't find it. But I at least was able to find a quote, and I think this quote really speaks to the admiration he had for the Klan, which is interesting because the Klan ain't never killed no Jamaicans.
Mm.
Yet he want to cozy up next to the Klan who did what they did to us and simultaneously convince us to go to Africa. All right, Jamaican tether. All right. But here's the quote. It says, oh, excuse me. It says, I regard the Klan, the Anglo-Saxon clubs, and white American societies, as far as the Negro is concerned, as better friends of the race than all other groups of hypocritical whites put together. So, in layman's
Wow.
terms, he's saying he thinks the Klan, the Anglo-Saxon clubs, and the white American societies are better friends to us than any other white group that he feels are hypocritical. All right, Jamaican tether. All right.
Mind you, he's trying to get money from these people, so he's kind of got to. I'm not trying to.
I don't want to hear no bullshit about, oh, he was trying to get money for them, so he had to go. Nah, this ain't your people that he's disrespecting. It's ours.
Yes, and I think that's the part that I was trying to get to when I was talking to him. When this oneness idea, it's very dangerous because these people begin to believe that they can speak for us, while them or their ethnic groups have never experienced our experience, and they don't have to deal with the repercussions of what they're saying while they're speaking for us. I find it to be very disingenuous and dangerous.
Garvey ain't doing shit for Jamaica. He ain't trying to convince the Jamaicans to be cool with their former colonizers, but he's over here trying to convince us that the Klan is our friend and that we should follow him and go to Africa, and the whole time he's siphoning money and gets convicted for mail fraud. All right. He was the first Jamaican scammer, y'all. He was the first Jamaican scammer.
Real talk. Real talk. He was literally the first scammer.
hmm You know what? I want
Hey,
to bring
hey.
up a guest going from the back to the front. We've got Eric Johnson. Eric, how you doing, brother?
How you doing, brother? How y'all doing? It seems like we got a lot of, we got a lot of things going on in the chat, you know.
Oh yeah, a lot of things going on indeed. You know, we've got Erwin coming from the back to the front as well. Hey, Erwin, where you calling him from?
I I'm calling from France,
From France. And where are your people from originally?
Cameroon.
Cameroon. Okay. And what do you think about Marcus Garvey? Have you heard anything about him?
I know a little about Marcus Garvey, but not in the way you describe it.
Okay, I
Him,
got you
sorry.
for sure. Well, what is your opinion on the title of tonight's live stream?
So I didn't understand the title because I don't get why you think Pan-Africanism is a how do you say that, stupid, delusional. I'm not a English speaker, so excuse me if I don't speak right.
Oh no, you're
So
fine. We can understand you. It's okay.
okay, so from my perspective, the purpose is the how can I say that? As a black people, you as a American and me as a Cameroonian, we face the same problem in France, in United States. So it's not about being all on the same page, but it's more like we have the same issue. I don't. You Est-ce que vous suivez ce que je dis? Do you follow me? Enfin, are you following me?
Yep. It sounds like you're saying that we have similar issues that we face.
Okay, yes, that's it. And I don't understand what's your problem exactly with the Pan-Africanist guy. Could you explain that to me, please?
The problem with Pan-Africanism is it was something completely created by foundational Black Americans, and it's been something that has not benefited foundational Black Americans at all. It's been completely one-sided.
One-sided because we didn't participate. African, you mean?
Exactly. There's no
Okay.
such thing as Pan-Africanism on the continent of Africa. You guys are tribal, xenophobic, warring with one another. There is no sense of we are all African. Everybody's broken up into their different groups. So it was very illogical for Black Americans to think that we could bond and have camaraderie with members across the diaspora simply because we share the same complexion and lineage and similar struggles that we've been through.
The tools the colonizer use in Africa are the same they use in America, but we do have tribalism, xenophobia, but we have a same goal, so we we could understand each other on that fact. Earlier you say something. You say African didn't how can I say that didn't experience the same trauma you did. Exactly. Am I right?
I don't recall saying that, but
You on
that would be true.
okay. But do you know exactly what problem you're facing in Africa? Like colonialism, imperialism from United States, from other country, uh, racism from neighbor country like Arab country. Do you get that we have that
And
kind of problem
and
in Africa?
and racism from your fellow African, right?
Yeah. And racism, but you have problem too in
Oh,
a black community.
hold on. You listed the United States, you listed the Arabs, but you forgot to list your fellow African.
Yes, I list them. I did say we have xenophobia. That's what it means having xenophobia.
Okay,
But my problem is like you are
continue. Where
saying
is so your question is whether or not I understand the parties that are currently subjugating Africa present day.
no. My question is, do you understand that you have a problem in your in the black community in USA, and we have problem in Africa, but the root is colonialism, slavery. That's the same root for
Do
all
you
that problem.
understand? Do you understand that we have problems in America and we stay and fight and work through them? And you have problems in Cameroon and choose to move to France instead of staying and fighting?
Yeah, but first thing first, 1% of what you say fleeing, but immigration, 1% of African people.
Whoa. Don't try to paint it as a rosier picture than it is. Talking about fleeing immigration.
No.
Fleeing is
That's not
fleeing.
it. I was trying to seek the word. I don't speak very well. So
Okay.
what I'm saying is,
Fleeing is fleeing. It's not immigration.
we playing is playing immigration. I'm talking about immigration. 1% of African, 1% of immigration, African immigration is outside Africa. The other rest
Of
is in
course,
Africa.
you guys have a huge population. So, of course, the hundreds of thousands that flee demographically make up a small percentage of the overall amount of Africans on the continent. That does not excuse the fact that you flee. And
No,
actually, hold on,
so you are not
hold on,
playing.
time out. Relax. I know you're getting a little upset at the terminology, but I want to ask you, since this is my first time coming in contact with a French Cameroonian, how long have you been in France?
5 years now.
5 years?
Yes,
And how old are you?
30.
Okay, so you moved to France when you were 25.
Yes, for education purpose.
Okay. And why didn't you want to get educated in your homeland of Cameroon?
Because it's about being rational. Right now, France is more advanced than Cameroon.
Whoa. What is not rational about being educated in your homeland?
No, it's not being. That's not what I was saying. France is more advanced, so it's more easier for me to access a certain knowledge in France. But my purpose is to came to go back to Africa
Hold on, sir. Sir, we have something called the World Wide Web. Even in Africa, y'all got Wi-Fi. So how are you going to try to tell us that it was easier for you to relocate to France, of all places, to be educated instead of being educated in your homeland?
because France have better university. That's all. France have better university. France have a better facility, and it's not staying in France ad vitam aeternam in forever. I will go back to my country, but right now I
Sir,
take what I
you guys always say you'll go back, and I talk to many Africans on a weekly basis, and you guys
get.
never go back. Never go back, not even to vacation.
Which
Never go
percentage?
back.
Which percentage of African don't go back to Africa? Which
What was
percentage?
that? I don't have an exact percentage for you. I can tell you it's a large majority that have
It's not.
these delusions of grandeur. Oh, I'm going over here to a European country to make all this money and send it back home and go back home and build my country. No, you guys flee and you never return.
It's the government. It's the government. The government. The government. It's the government. It's the government. The government. It's the government. It's the government. It's the government. The government. The government. It's the government. It's the government. The government. It's the government. It's the government. It's the government.
And now it's time for this conversation to get really real. It's time for this conversation to get oh so real. But before it does, hit the like button if you're new to the stream, folks. Hit the Cash App or the PayPal if you support New Black Media. But sir, who colonized your homeland of Cameroon?
Uh, France,
That's kind of it
mostly
was
France.
Germany. Just Germany at first.
Whoa, whoa,
Wait,
whoa, whoa, whoa.
the,
He don't need to phone a friend. He don't need to phone a friend. Who
the,
colonized your homeland?
the as your friend says, the German first, but mostly the French.
Sir, do you know how ass backwards it looks to us Black Americans that you got colonized, raped, and pillaged by the French and then chose to move to their homeland to be educated?
So what I was saying earlier is it's easy to have that kind of mindset when
Sir, let's not start the tether babble. Let's not start the tether babble. Do you know optically how ass backwards it seems to us that you got subjugated by the French and modern day have decided instead of to stay in your homeland with your native people to move to your previous colonizer's kingdom and have them educate you? Have them educate you. One more time for the people in the back. Have them, of all people, educate you? Oh my God, how can you explain yourself, Erwin?
that question is very stupid, sorry. Because in the
What
world,
question is stupid?
saying that, oh, you got colonized by French and you go to France. First
How
thing,
how is that stupid? That is reality. That is what you did.
It's stupid because all the country that got colonized, when people want to have access to knowledge, to education,
Please don't babble, sir. Please respect the platform and limit the babbling. It looks very strange that you were subjugated by the French, and now you choose to go to your colonizer's kingdom and have them educate you, and trust them to educate you, and believe that they have their best interests in educating you? Oh, Lord, Irwin, Irwin, Irwin.
so when you learn mathematics, English, physics, do the skin of the people who teach you change the subject or the intensity of the knowledge? So his friend, if his friend is more advanced in such knowledge, why is so stupid? Why is so backward to you?
Sir,
If I
sir,
want
sir,
to,
sir, sir, explain to me and the audience what knowledge France is so advanced in. You just said France is advanced in knowledge. What knowledge were you seeking that you feel you could best get it from the French? What are they knowledgeable about?
France is a
Is and don't say croissants. Don't say croissants. What was it that you needed to learn from the French that they were so knowledgeable about?
as I said earlier, mathematics, physics is more advanced in France. Am I wrong?
Mathematics? Mathematics and physics?
Mathematics?
You know, you know that I don't speak very well. So if you interrupt me every time, I'm not, I ain't gonna, je vais pas pouvoir bien m'exprimer. Je sais pas. I don't know if.
Speak English, sir. We don't speak French.
Yeah, I can't understand what you're saying. And it's
Est-ce que
kind of
tu, est-ce que,
crazy that you speak. It's kind of crazy that you speak in French too.
est-ce que tu peux traduire
Hey,
vite
hey,
fait?
hey. He only been in France for 5 years, and this motherfucker already assimilated. He's speaking French and everything. Less than 5 years? What? 5 years? All right.
Est-ce que tu peux traduire ce que je dis, s'il te plaît? Could you translate what I'm saying, please?
You're crying. You're crying like a tedder
I'm
baby.
not trying. I'm not trying. I want to explain myself, but I'm not English speaker.
Sir, do you understand that you could have learned mathematics in your homeland of Cameroon? You did not need to go to the French, your former oppressors, to learn mathematics.
Do you understand that I can learn something and go back to my country? Do you understand that
Why did you need to
almost
leave your country in the first place? And it's not even just about leaving your country, but with the big globe that we have, out of all the countries to go to, you go to your former colonizer's kingdom? You could have gone anywhere in the world and you chose to go. Damn, it's like y'all got Stockholm syndrome. It's like y'all got buck broken. It's like you guys have some weird sickness, some weird need to feel close to and wanted and accepted by the people who subjugated you. Damn, colonization is a hell of a thing. So
what's the
you couldn't
question?
learn mathematics in Cameroon? There's no
Yeah,
colleges in Cameroon?
I can learn mathematics in Cameroon, in Africa in general, but France have more
But you just
university.
wanted some French pussy, didn't you? You just wanted you some French little putty tang. You said, Lord, oh Lord, my ancestors would be killed for looking at a French woman. But it is a new day. Oh, it is a new day.
Do you know that there are white people in Africa?
We
I
Yes,
didn't
definitely
we
know
need
that.
know. We know
We
that.
we know
Yes.
white folks in Africa. We know that.
I didn't need to go to France to go to see pussy if what you mean by that. So it's stupid.
It was just a
There are
joke.
white
It
people.
was just a
There
joke.
are
I
white
don't
people
think
in
that
Africa.
the Cameroonian French have great sense of humor. So yeah,
No,
that
I know
joke,
it's a joke,
I
but
won't death ears.
it reflects your whole point in my. It's a joke, but it reflects your
Sir,
point.
do you know how buckbroken you seem to us that you, as a grown-ass man, chose to go to France to be educated instead of sticking it out with your own kinfolk and skinfolk? You're telling me it wasn't even a situation where like your parents brought you over or you were born in France. No, as a grown-ass man, 25 years old, you were like, out of every place in the world, you know what? I'm just gonna
So
ask you straight up, Erwin.
so yeah.
Erwin, I'm just gonna ask you straight up. Before you moved to France, did you know about the history between your native homeland of Cameroon and France? Yes or no?
Yes, I know. I know
And
the
why
history
did you think it was in your best interest to go to the people who enslaved your ancestors?
because if do you know that I don't know how to say that in English, but 500 millions. We brought 500 millions of euro into Africa, the diaspora. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Not at all. Not even a little bit.
Uh,
Millie, do you speak French,
we
brother?
signed more. Yeah.
Yeah.
Tu
Okay.
peux traduire,
Oh,
tu peux traduire ce que je
just
dis vite fait, s'il te plaît?
parlez
Stop
pour moi.
speaking in French about
Hold
anything
on,
else,
hold on,
dude. I
hold on,
can't.
hold on, hold on. Millie, translate for me.
I'm just trying to explain something. Can I explain to your friend in French and
Yeah.
then
Yeah.
Just,
you
s'il vous
Go
plaît,
translate?
for it.
juste parlez long pour moi.
Ok. Donc la diaspora africaine a envoyé
Oui.
500 millions, 500 millions d'euros,
without
je crois, pour l'année 2023. Voilà le but de la diaspora, en fait. On ne fuit pas, on cherche à construire nos pays.
okay. I'm trying to. If I'm wrong, it's just, so basically he's saying that us in the diaspora, because we don't have like the resources. It's not as if saying that France is a fantastic place, but it's just the resources aren't as available in Africa as they are in Europe. So it's easier to go to France and advance yourself as whatever profession, whatever you're studying, and as opposed. So that's why he's saying go and get his qualifications and then go back to his homeland in order to enjoy
Voilà.
it. Because otherwise, yeah, I think
Un
that's
vrai...
what he's.
Ok, ouais, c'est exactement ça. Dis-lui, un homme fait ce qu'il doit faire, pas ce qu'il a envie de faire.
Okay. Parlez long pour moi, s'il vous plaît. Ma tête mal.
You're talking shit now.
No, I'm not talking. I'm not talking shit.
I'm just joking. I'm joking.
Un homme doit faire ce qu'il a à faire. Actuellement, l'Afrique a besoin de se développer. Et nous, on va chercher l'argent et on le ramène en Afrique. Ça, c'est ce que nous, on fait. On ne fuit pas nos pays.
Okay, so you say you're looking for, gosh, okay. You're gonna have to try this 3 times because yeah, my French is a bit rusty. When I went to Paris, people were speaking to me in English because my French was just because I guess I had a
And
heavy
yes, Polo Styles, we talk to many tethers on a weekly basis. They never go back to their homeland. We talk to tethers at the age of 50, 60, 40, 35. When's the last time you went to your homeland? Oh, I've never been. I was born here. Oh, last time was 7 years ago, was 10 years ago, was 15 years
I'm
ago.
moving.
All right.
I'm always moving to my country. When I
Sir,
each year, when
sir,
I'm
sir,
moving
sir,
to my
sir,
country.
sir. I have to ask you, if you were familiar with the history between your native homeland and the French, why did you think out of any place in the world to migrate to, you would be better off going to your ancestors' oppressors?
I'm sorry, brother. Can I just hammer out something about the history of Cameroon? So, so in they had a thing called a Berlin Conference in 1884. So Cameroon was given to Germany, but then in World War One, Britain and France took Cameroon from them. So that's the reason why it went from a German colony to a French to a French colony. So they were like a French colony for like 50 years, and then I think Cameroon got independence in the same year as Nigeria. So that's
Yeah.
yeah. So it's like it's just the way it
He
is.
could have
See, the
went
thing is,
anywhere in the world. He could have went anywhere in the world to be educated, and out of any country he could have gone, he went to the
Because
people who
they
oppressed
speak the
because
same. Yeah, they
do,
speak the
do
same
you know
language.
do you know the currency in Africa,
Oh, the franc.
in French
Oh,
Africa?
yeah. So franc in it. You guys still use the franc in it.
Yes. So our money is I don't know how to say that in English, but our money is
Sir,
the euro.
how are you
Yes.
free from French rule if you still use their currency?
No. So I think France used the euro. So you're saying look, le euro est plus forte que le franc. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Oh yeah, so he's saying the euro is stronger than the franc in Africa. So he's saying that's why it's a bit like the pound is much stronger than the naira in Nigeria. Oh goodness me,
And I'm saying, based off everything I heard, them motherfuckers should be rioting and protesting in the streets and not fleeing to go to university with the French. Damn, oh damn, oh damn. And there were some people backstage that weren't as patient as they should have been. We're going to start bringing more people back to the stage now. I just dropped the StreamYard link once again. But Eric and TY, go ahead and jump in here. I mean, to us foundationals, this just seems so crazy. I mean, out of every place he could have gone, he goes where, you know,
Well, I
the
don't know if
French
you
don't
wanted me
like
to
your
jump
ass.
in because it is. This is the logic that comes. See, I think we put too much stock into colonization. I think we think it was much worse from the aspect of what was being done to them than it was. And a lot of colonization that happened was really the colonial powers choosing a ruling tribe or choosing a tribe or group to invest in and allowing those tribes to war it out. And a lot of in Belgium, I mean the Belgian um, royalty and in the Congo, right? We all look at the Holocaust of 20 million people dying in the Congo, and we think that the King Leopold, killed all these people. And it was just a whole bunch of these Europeans over there killing people, cutting people head off. No, 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 no. That's not how it happened. These were other African tribes and outside African tribes like Moors coming there and executing an internal Holocaust. So they look at these colonial powers differently than Black Americans look at our counterparts here, and it's a reason for that. And I think we need to start to take that into account and um, be more historically based and in reality when it comes to our outlook and our perception of these perspectives.
I feel you. And how about you, Eric? What do you think about this?
I'm still tripping off him speaking the French language, knowing damn well they have a strong history within your nation. They don't make no sense, and y'all currently using their currency. It's kind of real ass backwards that you'll go to France of all places within, Europe to get your education, let alone even try to speak their own language. I would want to speak my native language, let alone, be with my native people. So that's all I really got to say. I kind of needed some Google, subtitles to understand what this dude was saying, but it couldn't comprehend, the babble that was coming out of his mouth. So I'm just gonna land my plane there. I already done said what I said because a lot of them don't really want to go back to their homeland. Maybe a small amount, but if you send ICE agents to their house anywhere within the United States of America, they will be crying thug tears and dragging their feet doing the confrontation between ICE agents. If they had anything going on with their immigration status, they would do anything, and I do mean anything, to stay in America, let alone want to go back to their homeland. So I'm just going to land my plane there.
And he does mean anything.
You batty
And
boy. You batty boy, batty boy, you batty boy. You batty boy. Letting dudes play with your booty hole. Letting dudes play with your booty hole. You ain't hard, bitch. You ain't hard, bitch.
And speaking of letting dudes play with your booty hole, this is how the French treat y'all.
Nearly everyone seems to know Theo at the housing project where he lives in the Paris suburb of Aulnay-sous-Bois. His old
He was already living in the housing projects in France. Damn, y'all would think that that's bad enough.
football club isn't far from where the 22-year-old says he was raped with a baton by police officers. Reports that investigators may declare the incident an accident have been met with disbelief.
Yeah, the cops accidentally stuck their baton up his ass and sodomized that black man.
How can
Yeah.
you accidentally do that?
It's someone we know, so it's painful to think of what happened to him. The police are denying it, but they have to take responsibility. It's not right.
People here say they respect the police, but rarely feel that the police respect them.
They're supposed to protect us. They don't. They harass us. We don't feel safe here. They claim this is an accident. They take us for idiots.
Damn, you see, he tripped and fell onto our baton. And then, we just started thrusting it inside of his rectum. But it was an accident. That's just how the French get down.
It's a total lack of respect.
As well as being an enthusiastic football player, Theo works with young children. His family say that he wasn't known to the police, and they've joined community leaders in calling for calm.
We are in the middle of the investigation into Theo's case, and this needs to be respected. Justice must be able to work transparently.
Hey, Erwin, have you heard of Theo?
Yes, I know that story.
What do you think of that story?
It's fucked up what happened to him. There have been a judgment that took place once months ago, and the policeman got 3 years, I think, something like that.
Mm, the police got acquitted. The police got suspended sentences.
No,
Does
he have 2 years, but in France, when you got 2 years or 3 years, you got probation. Basically, you don't go to prison, but you have 2 years prison times.
But they got suspended sentences, right?
Yes, they got suspended.
Do you think that that was right?
Of course, it was right.
You said it was right that they got suspended sentences?
What?
No, it was right that they cannot be policemen anymore. That's what it means in France.
Okay. Well, let's take a
3
look.
French police officers have been given suspended jail sentences for assaulting a black man with a baton in a northwest Paris suburb. One officer received a 12-month suspended sentence and the other two received 3-month sentences. THA copyright Oluhaka was left.
So you think this is justice? They don't even do jail time. They got suspended sentences.
So in France, when you got 2 years or 3 years, you don't go to prison. You don't go to prison. I don't know how to say that, but you have a manage sentence. I don't know it's the right word. So when it's 2 years or 3 years, you gonna go to jail.
So if someone gets charged with a crime that lands them in jail for 2 to 3 years, they don't go to jail for 2 to 3 years.
No.
He said that they have a suspended sentence because of the amount of years. If it's 2 or 3 years, there is no jail time. But if it's more than 2 or 3 years, you go to prison. Is that correct?
Yes, it's correct. But if you have too many crimes and you got sentenced to 2 years, you take your 2 years. But it's your record is virgin, you don't have jail time.
Interesting. And sir, you said that you went to France to study mathematics and stuff. Were there not any institutions in Cameroon that you could have been educated at?
We have facility. We have education in Cameroon, in Africa in general. What I was saying is that the facility and the facility and the university are better in France. It doesn't mean I'm happy to live here. It doesn't mean I want to be a white man. It just means I want some knowledge that I can use for my people. And it's the same thing for the most diaspora people. What I was saying is,
No, it's not the
listen,
same thing for most.
please listen to this.
Not for
We
most,
send
not for us.
we send money to our country. I don't know how to say that in English, but it's
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my God, stop fucking lying.
You can go Google this. We send money every year to our country. I think it's like
You want us to believe that you guys send money to your country, but actually, more often than not, you guys are such failures in America and abroad that you have your fellow Africans sending you money from Africa.
It's been almost 7 years since I moved here. I wanted a little change, and since it's so different from my country, I thought, why not?
Oh, and she's from Cameroon too, Playboy.
Let's see if there's a better life on the other side.
Oh, she's from Benin.
Aurora Zondekon came to the US from Benin looking for...
Oh, you're right. And how far is Benin from Cameroon? Does anyone know?
They're just separated by Nigeria. Basically, Nigeria's in between Cameroon and Benin.
So they're basically neighbors.
For a better life. At 47, she's now a rideshare driver in Washington, D.C. A job.
Damn, a 47-year-old Uber driver. And let's hear how much money she's sending back to Africa.
She never envisioned for herself. My father is probably rolling over in his grave, wondering why I paid for all those studies to end up as a cab driver.
Womp womp womp.
I didn't have anything. I didn't speak any English before coming here.
Back in Benin, she was an executive in a communications firm. Now she drives between 12 and 14 hours a day, 25 rides on average between
Damn, maybe she should have stayed in her homeland.
DC, Virginia, and Maryland.
Hello.
Hey. Hello.
That day, she's taking her clients near the U.S. Capitol.
Where are you from?
Originally, a tiny country in West Africa called Benin. Have you ever heard about Benin?
Yes, I love geography.
Oh, wow,
Next to Congo.
Exactly.
Like living in DC?
I don't live in DC. DC is so expensive. I couldn't afford DC.
Damn, she barely able to make ends meet. Let's hear how much money she's sending back to Africa, though.
I live in Maryland, and can I say that I like it? It's hot.
Depending on how much she works, Azontekon makes between $1,000 and $1,500 a week. A significant income, but one that barely pays the bills around Washington. She isn't able to save and sometimes has to ask her mother to send money from Benin.
Oh, so she got her mama sending her money from Benin? I thought all you Africans come over here to work and you're sending money back to Africa. You're telling me the Africans are sending their shillings to you? All right, sir. All right. But Erwin, please tell me how all the Africans are sending money back home to Africa.
Okay, so listen. In 2017, Africa, the sub-Saharan African reached a record of 41 billion sent to Africa. You can check that. It's I will send the link to the chat, and you can check. That's a proof, not a video. You have statistic in internet. You can see that we send money to Africa. There are numbers, and you can Google it. So it's funny that you took a video and try to.
It's funny that you're totally discounting an eyewitness firsthand testimonial, but you want us to look up some numbers that you Africans fudged. Okay. All right.
It's a lot of money, but with the cost of living here, it's not much. Rent alone is $2,000. Imagine, $2,000 is 1 million CFA francs. That's a palace in Benin.
Run, run, run. Booyaka, booyaka. Run to you niggas. Booyaka, booyaka. Booyaka, booyaka. Run to you niggas. Booyaka, booyaka. Run, run, run. Booyaka, booyaka. Run to you niggas. Booyaka, booyaka. Government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, get your It's the Government official merchandise while supplies last. Link is in the chat. Link is in the chat. We've got It's the Government official merchandise out now. And I know some of you perverts want to see the granny twerking. So we do have some merch with the granny twerking, okay? We've got mugs of granny twerking. We've got t-shirts with granny twerking. So ladies and gentlemen, support new legacy.
You ain't shit, Mike.
Got the merch now. Merchandise.
It's the government, it's the government, the government, the government. The government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the government, the government, it's the government, it's the government, the government, the.
Come on, get your t-shirt today. Stop what you're doing right now and click the link in the chat. Cop your t-shirt. And when somebody asks you what you're wearing, say you're just doing what you can to support Pan-Africanism.
Well, Granny is thick though. You can't knock that. He is thick.
Yeah, I was about to say this. He's thicker than a bowl of oatmeal. You see, I can get it. I might have to, give us some of this FBA.
Hey,
But this goes back. I'm gonna cut the malarkey, like white folks say, cut the bullshit. Um, in all actuality, I was getting to this point earlier, but I'm gonna get to it now. These people abandoned their tribal identities. They abandoned their countries. They've gone to European countries and have adopted our ethnonym of black and exploit our identity and history to try to achieve some type of greatness for themselves using what the foundation we have laid for them. So this is all parasitism, but it's reversed because for them, they were already, siphoned go to like France and, take all the shit they deserve from them. But they're using us in order to do that. So that's the part that I don't like.
what do you have to say about that, Erwin?
How we are using you? Sorry, I don't understand.
Well, first of all, you're not black. Let's throw that out there. Boom, race is not real. That's another
I'm not black.
curveball. No,
What I am saying.
race is not real. It was developed in Germany by Blumenbach, and it was not black. You were considered Ethiopian originally, and then it became Negroid. But black was not even on the table at the time. Black and white comes from America, and black is what we were designated as during chattel slavery in the creation of the caste system of black and white after Bacon's Rebellion in 1679. So I want you to do the math. 1679,
What you're saying is
1776.
wrong. What you're saying is wrong. In France, black. What you are saying is wrong.
Okay, go ahead.
In French colonized country, the word black is noir. So we were calling noir in those countries. Noir mean black. So black is not just
no.
American.
Let me help you out.
Listen. Black is not just an American thing. In France, they say.
See, this is why I'm help you out. I'm help you out.
Listen,
Calm down. Just chill out. Just hear me out for a second.
Okay.
All right, look, listen. All right. Noir predates black, meaning it can't be defined by a word it's created before, right? So noir means dark or dark skinned or dark or even up to green. It's just a dark thing, right? Something that's dark. See, this is another fallacy of translation people attempt to do. Black is its own word. There is no word on earth that is equivalent to black. Black has over 45 definitions. There is a reason black Americans were called black, and it wasn't just skin color. Black had a connotation. It was a pejorative for a chattel slave.
No.
Do you know that?
It's
No,
wrong.
I'm not. I'm not. Okay. Oh, this is my source. I'm gonna quote my source. Okay. My source is the semantic history of the word black by Joyce A. Joyce, 1981. All right. So it says.
Could you please repeat what you say? Please repeat.
All right. The source is the semantic history of the word black by J. A. Joyce or Joyce A. Joyce, 1981.
Okay.
All right. So go read that book. If you read that book, you'll get a better understanding of the word black and how it has absolutely, hold on, how it has absolutely no connection to noir, Negro, or any of the romances languages. It has no connection at all. Black was a pejorative that actually meant a chattel slave or lowly below a slave.
The word black.
Excuse me?
You say so. What you're saying is that the word black was derogatory.
A derogatory, yes, a derogatory term for a chattel slave.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's why I said, it has no connection to you guys. And what happened was this: race was strongly pushed after 1900s, right? So the American government made our American ethnonym, which is black. That's why our history is called black. Our culture is called black. Our music is called black. That's an ethnonym, right? So they made our ethnonym a racial identity to further subjugate our ethnic group. And it's working. And now it is used in our ethnic genocide. And you're engaging in
So,
it.
okay. Can I explain myself now?
Yes, go ahead.
In our part of the world, they used to say nègre. Nègre is the same thing as Negro, but
Cool.
after nègre, and
Cool. I
that's
have no problem with that.
okay. So after a certain time, they used to say noir. Noir is the equivalent of black in English. So we are not saying you are black. So when you translate noir, it just mean black. So
Or dark. It's a translation, right? So it translates to different words. It doesn't just mean black.
but
It translates to different words, right?
In French, we don't say we are dark people. We say we are black people because it's a translation of the word noir. It's not an appropriation of your history. It's just a translation. Noir mean black. That's all.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Let me ask you one more question, right?
Yes.
Say you translate noir into Japanese, right?
Okay.
Say, and the host, he can probably just do this quickly while I'm talking, but say you translate noir to, hold on. You translate noir to Japanese. Do you then own the ability to use that Japanese word to define yourself?
Yes, because if I'm going to Japan and they want to describe me, then they're gonna use the word kuro. I'm just find that kuro. It means noir.
So they're going to use that word, and now you own that word. That is what you will define yourself as.
No, I'm not owing anything. It's just if they want to describe me, they're gonna say kuro. If I want to describe a black person in France and I'm speaking English, I will say black because it's the equivalent of the word noir.
Mm-hmm. So the reason I asked that question is there seems to be this insistence on using the American English word for
Français,
dark.
arrête de courir vers le royaume de tes colonisateurs. Reste et batte-toi pour ton pote terrestre.
But
Français,
it's an
arrête de
insistence.
courir vers le royaume de tes colonisateurs. Reste et batte-toi pour ton pote terrestre.
Yeah, that's facts. He said that.
Lord.
Yeah,
What's the question?
He said, "Stop running to your colonizer's country."
No, I understand that.
What language do they speak in Cameroon? Is it just French?
No, we have a lot of language in Cameroon. Like
Google Translate doesn't recognize the Cameroonian language.
What?
Sorry, what? I don't know. What?
There's no
What
Google
did you say?
Translate language for Cameroon.
Well, there's a tribal languages. Name a tribe
Yeah,
in the language?
we have many language in Cameroon.
Name
Like
one.
Bami, Bami, B-A-M-E. No, B.
BRME.
Yes.
Yeah, that's not showing up. It's okay.
Yeah, Google don't translate that neither.
Hausa, I just saw something. Hausa.
Hausa? Yeah.
Hausa.
Hausa.
Yes.
It's Hausa. Yeah. They. I'm sure they have that language. They got to on Google.
Hausa?
Yeah, Hausa. Yeah, I'm sure they do. That's a pretty large
H-O-U?
tribal group. Hausa.
Oh yeah, they've got Hausa. Here you go. Oh wait, it won't translate it though. It'll only give
Dang.
text. It won't speak it. Damn.
Oh.
Talk about discrimination. I mean, Arabic, it'll speak Arabic. It'll speak Hungarian, but not Hausa.
So what's the point?
Well, you keep.
Oh
It's hard to
boy.
be. It's hard to be respected as a people group if you identify with the people who have subjected you, to oppression or colonized your countries. You
We
can't
don't.
expect. Hold on,
We
listen to
don't.
what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. Africa refuses to develop its own banking system that operates outside of European structures. Africa refuses to create a continental conglomerate that has an operating army or military force. Africa refuses to kick out the colonizers entirely. They just refuse to do that. So you're cowards.
Do you know the history of Africa? Do you know
Look,
the do
I
you know
read enough.
I have a question. Do you know the number of war we have against the colony
I
in
know the
Africa?
number of wars that other tribal groups financed by the colonized. If you've had so many wars, where is your military innovation?
Do you I want to repeat my question. Do you know the history of Africa? Because
Africa.
if you know the sorry, listen, if you know the history of Africa, you will not the answer to that question. We
No,
have
the answer.
more we have more force in we have more enemy in Africa than you in USA.
No, because you're enemies with each other. I'm asking
No,
you if you're.
no. Because Africa is a most richest country.
That is a
Country.
lie.
No, it's not a lie. You have the resource you want in all the world.
You know
That's
what you
why
have? You
the
have
whole world
lithium.
come to Africa to make war with us. That's the reality.
Why do you run?
You don't
Why
have
do you
argument.
stay?
I'm
You don't have
asking you
argument. Just
if
man.
hold on. If you have if these countries who have military developments and innovations that they've created doing warfare with each other have came to Africa and committed warfare against you, where are your military innovations? Where are your military advancements? If you have no military advancements, that means you did not fight back militarily. That means you were cowards. Sir.
Your question is very stupid. Sorry, because if you know the histories of something, you know how it's operates in Africa. You know how many people, how many army, foreign army are in Africa. Not because we want that, but because it was already that 60 years ago.
Cowards, man.
Sorry, okay, you say coward, but why you in USA you are not
If you
something
have all the
more big
resources,
than
right?
that?
So look, you kick this
Why you
bullshit, right? Hold on, you kick
America?
this.
Sorry, I have a
If
question.
you have all the resources, if they
Why
are coming
Nigerian
there for
people?
resources, hold on, man, shut up, bro. If I'm coming to your country for resources
You don't
to
have
to
argument,
help
just so
to
you don't have
help create and form my military and build my country, that means you have everything in your country to benefit your people and build your military, and you're not doing it. That's just
okay.
facts.
Why when Nigerian people come to America, they are more successful than Black American?
Because the government
Why
funds
the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my God, stop fucking lying.
What?
Because
Driving Uber? Did you not just see this chick driving
because
Uber, bro?
do you have an argument? That's a video. That's not an
Man,
argument.
look, bro. I'm gonna give you a good argument. Let me give you a good argument.
People.
Hold on.
Okay,
Can you stop talking? Because I'm not going to talk over you. but I'm going to give you a good argument. I'm going to give you a good argument. Hello, listen and stop speaking then. All right. So
he gotta keep
black,
talking. He think he at the immigration office. He can't keep over
yeah,
talking people.
yeah. I mean, it's disrespectful, bro. Look.
So tell me.
Hello, stop, bro. Golly, man, come on. So look, a Nigerian coming to an historically black college that is a medical school built by black Americans to educate black Americans and getting a degree and then becoming a doctor does not make them more successful than black Americans when they use a scholarship meant for a black American or a grant meant for a black American, right? So that means you're siphoning resources from a native ethnic group for your own personal success. Do you understand that dynamic, sir? Sir. All right, so let me continue. So a Nigerian who comes to America and gets an education and is probably funded by his upper class or middle class family in Nigeria is chosen by the federal government to do so. So they're not uh, in a large part doing any better than any other black Americans. You can measure the top 20% of the immigrant population who is melanated against the top 20% of the black American population, and we will shit on you to a to at a to a point where it will become almost laughable.
Okay.
So I don't think you really want to make this comparison because it can get very, very disrespectful in here.
We can make that comparison. I
In
don't think we should.
Cameroon's capital city, Yaoundé, many have no choice but to leave their rubbish on the street. The rubbish container has been full for several days. It's a similar scenario in many other streets. In
Damn, now I see why you fled to France.
Douala, the commercial capital, the situation is even worse. It really prevents us from working. See how it blocks traffic? We can't move around because of the rubbish. We don't know what the government is waiting for because it's everywhere, not only here in Douala.
So what you should have said was you went to school in France because you wouldn't be able to get through the trash to make it to university in your homeland.
How can we be organizing the can when Douala is so dirty?
Sounds
In
like a
this
culture
neighborhood, for
problem,
example,
right?
it's difficult to circulate on the road. It's the same situation at the Central Market, the same with the market at the New Bell Station, and there it's even very serious. I implore the authorities to do something because not only is there pollution, there are smells, and there are also insects that bring disease. We are afraid of malaria, and there are houses in the area.
So that's how y'all be catching malaria.
Where's the sanitation department at? Like, come on, man.
Where is the culture of the people there to clean up their own shit? Right?
Yeah, that's bad, man.
That's culture, bro. That is not no fucking anything else. Because if there are 200 people in a neighborhood and there is trash on the ground, all 200 people should be in that neighborhood, on the street, cleaning up that neighborhood. That is a lack of culture and sanitation.
Hey, Erwin, is this how the neighborhood looked in your part of Cameroon before you moved to France?
So, what if it's dirty? What if even if we don't have money, what's the purpose of your
Erwin, I asked, is this how your
It's
neighborhood
not a
looked
real
in Cameroon?
question. Even if it's dirty, what's the problem? We don't
Even
have
if
money.
it's dirty, what's the problem?
No,
Oh
no,
my
no.
God.
No, listen. You are showing me a video and you try to humiliate me by that video because it's dirty. So
Erwin,
what
I
can
asked you a simple question. Did your neighborhood in Cameroon look like this? Yes or no?
I'm gonna say something. Don't
Did your
interrupt
neighborhood
me.
look like this? Yes or no?
You
Look, you
want me
can go
to?
ahead and be racist or whatever you want to do, because that's what you really want to do. Go ahead.
No. Erwin, just
No.
answer the
Listen.
question. Erwin,
I'm
yes or no? Did your neighborhood look like that?
yes. Okay. Yes. You want to? Yes. Okay.
Forces behind this situation can be seen here at the headquarters of the company in charge.
Thank you for being honest, sir. Let's see what conditions he fled from and why he's in France.
Of household waste collection. The employees have been on strike for almost 2 weeks. They're demanding 3 months of salary arrears. We have been claiming 3 months of unpaid wages for more than 10 years. We work 2 months and they only pay 1. But this time he has gone too far. We have gone 3 months without pay. Our children are not at school. We are frustrated. We have colleagues who are in prison.
Damn, not the babies missing school and the colleagues in prison, y'all. Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me loud, crisp, and clear, and we'll get this party started. As you know, I like to start these streams with a replay, a little bit of a recap for those that missed the previous broadcast, a bit of a highlight reel, if you will. And the StreamYard link is pinned to the top of the chat for any live callers. We do have a few people backstage. We will bring you guys up in order of appearance. Unfortunately, we were demonetized today, so go ahead and hit the Cash App or the PayPal if you want to show your support. As far as everybody who used to be a member of the channel, I know you looked forward to those exclusive perks, as well as members-only live streams on Sundays. We will continue the same members-only program. We will just be doing it on Patreon instead. So everybody become a member of the Patreon. I think it's only like $5 a month for all of those exclusive perks. And yes, the amazing Cajun, we got to make sure these people know. Hit the Cash App, family. Any more Cash Apps?
More cash apps. Any more cash apps?
And if you're thinking about sending me $10, think again, okay? I'd prefer 20.
Thank you, Sister Avanti. $10 coming on the Cash App. Thank you, sister. Next time, make it 20. But thank you for that 10. I know you barely had that. Thank you, sister.
And yes, the amazing Cajun, we have been demonetized. They said I've been going too hard on the tethers. It's too controversial. It's not advertiser friendly. But, you know, I'm not going to sell out. I'm going to produce the content that the family's looking for. So, you know, you still are able to show your support via Cash App, PayPal, Patreon. You can click the links in the chat to visit the merch store. Get your official It's the Government t-shirt while supplies last, ladies and gentlemen. Get that It's the Government t-shirt while supplies last.
It's the government. It's the government. The government. The government. The government. It's the government. It's the government. The government. The government. It's the government. It's the government. It's the government. The government. The government. The government. It's the government. It's the government. The government. The government. It's the government. It's the government. It's the government. The government.
Yes, I'm not sure which design I like more. The tethers doing the tether two-step or Granny giving it all she's got. This is the one I like to wear in public the most. It definitely gets a lot of stares, a lot of looks. You know, a couple people at the bar walk up to me and ask me what's going on my t-shirt. Let's start bringing up live guests. First one we got coming from the back to the front is Barry. Hey, Barry, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear. Barry, let us know where you're calling in from.
I live in San Francisco.
Okay. And are your people from America originally or from abroad?
Oh yeah. I've traced my lineage back to 1725 on both sides. You know, we out of
Nice.
Louisiana. Bogalusa and New Orleans.
Nice. Well, go ahead and give us some opening remarks. Let us know what you have to say and what you think about the title of tonight's broadcast.
Well, before I get, I would like to say that I want to give props to Tariq Nasheed. He dropped some stuff last night I didn't even know, and I read quite a bit, and it just further kind of enraged me because, you know, and this is what a lot of immigrants and non-FBA people need to realize. You take for it, most of them, to me, 90%, I can't back that number up, but to me, at least 90% of them really take for granted what we've done for them. And we've been so patient to the level of stupidity, you know, because we let this shit fester for 5 decades where we didn't say anything, you know, and all of us have experienced, you know, my father, he lived in He lived in Nigeria back in 1981. He lived there for 3 years. I got to spend the summer over there, and on one level, it was cool, but um, he had to get out. I mean, because the governments were so unstable back then.
Booyaka, booyaka, run, run, run. Booyaka, booyaka, run to you niggas. Booyaka, booyaka, boom, 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 boom. Booyaka, booyaka, run to you niggas. Booyaka, booyaka, run, run, run. Booyaka, booyaka, run to you niggas. Booyaka, booyaka, boom, 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 boom.
But yeah, like what I was saying though is the fact that we really didn't say anything until we really started making this national push for reparations, and then we started noticing all these people, black people, speaking against it, and until we realized that they're allowing themselves to be used as pawns by white people, you know, to undermine us. And
Wait,
to
hold
me, when I talk,
on. Let's rewind a little bit. Your father is a foundational Black American, right?
oh yeah, he got a job opportunity in Nigeria back in 1981.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I was wondering what was the circumstances of him going over there. I was wondering if maybe even he drank some of the Hotep Kool-Aid and was,
No,
following
he
the
he
Pan-African
he was
movement.
he was from that group in the '60s. Like my father was the first, 1967. He was the first black licensed land surveyor in the state of California, and
Wait,
he
he was the first licensed what?
black licensed land surveyor.
Land surveyor. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, I mean, I currently own a land surveying company. So, and my son even works 3 generations deep in that craft. So, yeah, he was always on the Pan African thing. And I never argued with him about it. I just went to a lot of meetings with him on, business meetings and then his other things. And man, he just allowed himself to get scammed so many times, because he was just on that Wakanda in the brain. And, after what happened to him out there, I figured he would slow down on that, but he
Whoa,
just
whoa, whoa.
kept
So it
on.
sounds like he was a Pan-African then.
Oh, he was a Pan African for sure, but he was FBA.
Oh
But
yeah,
he's
no,
from
no.
that group.
See, I get that he was FBA, and I know you said he went to Nigeria for work opportunities, but did it all originate from him following this Pan-African movement and wanting a connection with Africa?
I don't know if he followed any particular Pan African movement, but the adults in the '60s that were really fighting to get that immigration thing, get the black numbers up for immigration, he was a part of that. He was very interested in that, and he was all excited, when it passed, and they're going to bump up the numbers of black immigrants that had come in. But he was never really willing to look at it critically, which is what so many Pan Africanists do. They don't look at it critically, and I mean, we've got our share in the San Francisco Bay Area. We have our share of immigrants, and I don't hate them and nothing like that, but I know that they don't really want nothing to do with me. You go hang out with them, you know, you walk down the street. If you walking past a brother from the soil, we walk past each other. We're gonna give each other a head nod or some kind of recognition of each other.
Yeah,
They'll walk
something.
past you. They'll walk past you like you ain't even there. And it's just really ridiculous the level of disrespect when you consider that they can come in, get grants, get scholarships, get assistance, particularly Indians too. There's so many people of color. Let me just widen it out. Having able to get so much, and we fighting for these reparations. This government is so ridiculous because the guy from France said, I'm going to get this money and I'm going to send it back home. I would love to see a tally to see how many people from different parts of Asia, the Middle East, Central America, South America, Africa, the islands, they're all making money here. How much of that money goes out the country and never comes back? And if they just gave us our reparations, where are we gonna send it out to? Nowhere. We're gonna spend it right here and build up the country even stronger. And the country has just been so on our ass for 500 years. They're willing to let people who are total strangers get a come up over us getting anything. And it's just absolutely ridiculous. But getting back to Tariq Nasheed, we talk about a lot of these tethers are trying to get in on our reparations. And I never knew this because I knew some some Rasta, not Ethiopian, I knew some Rasta people, and they would always talk about Shah Shamani. I just took their word for it. He broke down last night that Haile Selassie earmarked that land for African Americans They caught wind of it and jumped it and took it.
I heard about you know what? I'm not sure if I heard that same Tariq Twitter space or what it was, but I heard about that like a day or two ago. That Selassie, or Haile Selassie, however you pronounce it, yeah, he had land that was for foundational Black Americans because we had helped their people somehow through their strife, right?
What else? World War, I think World War I, World War II, one of the world wars. We
Yeah.
even went over there and assisted, and he showed, great, appreciation for that. Said, yeah, I'm going to earmark this for, and so he set up a thing called the Ethiopian World Federation in New York. A Jamaican lady caught wind of it, notified her people down in Jamaica, and they hustled and got that. And to
Damn.
this day, the story is that, what they tell the story is that, Haile Selassie, because you know how they praise him as God and stuff,
Yeah.
he wanted to bring his people back home and stuff like, but that's not the case.
See,
The
and
case
that's
was totally
wild
different.
how even before Tariq Nasheed invented the term tethers and all this stuff, they've been doing this for decades. I mean, I just learned last night or the night before about Marcus Garvey and how he basically got $17 million in today's money. So wait, no, it would have been worth 17 million back then, right? And apparently he got it from recently freed slaves under the guise that he was going to get them back to Africa, and eventually he was indicted on mail fraud or something. But yeah, I find it interesting that we've got a Jamaican tether who didn't want to do anything in his own country, didn't want to work on getting the Jamaicans back to Africa, but he comes over here to a landmass he has no affinity with and tries to convince us that we need to go elsewhere. So yeah,
Yeah, which
they've
is
been tethering for a while.
which is with so many Africans. I mean, there's so many YouTube streams, people trying to get us to go over there. And it's like, I mean, I've been there,
And
and
most of the motherfuckers ain't even visited.
yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I got benefit from being there on an internal level. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause I was 19 when I went. I'm 62 now. So I was 19 when I went there, and I had never seen a place where everybody from the bum on the street to the president of the country was black. We don't witness that here. So that was liberating on the inside. But I mean, you had to pay. They call it in Nigeria. They call it dash. You got to pay. You being the corruption is everywhere. You can't move from one area to another without paying somebody. And so I mean, that scam mentality is just deep, and it really enraged me when I heard that shit about Shashamani because they've totally rewritten that history, and we believed it.
Wait, you said Sasha Money? What?
Shashamani is that place in Ethiopia that
Oh,
is
that's
now.
the name of the
It's like
land.
that's the name of the land. Yeah,
Uh,
it's like an hour, 2 hour, whatever outside of Addis, and it's known today as just that's like the Mecca home for Rastafari, but it has no connection. If you were to tell people that it was earmarked for foundational Black Americans,
I
people will
found it.
laugh at you.
Here it is. Shashamani. Yeah, it's part of Ethiopia. And yeah, it looks all rusted out. Whole lot of
Now
dreadlock.
pull it up on the Wikipedia, and there's a part that says history. Just read the first two paragraphs. It says it right there.
History. Following the end of the Italian invasion in 1941 and Emperor Haile Selassie's return to the throne, he made plans to grant 500 acres of fertile land to Black refugees in 1948 in response to racism in the United States. Damn. Haile Selassie formed the first Ethiopian World Federation in Harlem, New York, and prepared a series of events to bond with African Americans for the Ethiopian culture before announcing the land grants. While one of the female members of the EWF was visiting Jamaica, she leaked the information about the land grant with the people of Jamaica. The land grants were specifically intended for African Americans in return for intervening in favor of the royal family during the Second World War. Once information about the possibility of immigration to Ethiopia spread, many made plans to immigrate. Divisions of the EWF began appearing internationally to take advantage of the land grants Haile Selassie left for African Americans. The official letter confirming the land grant of 1948 was submitted to the members and executives of the Ethiopian World Federation in New York City in 1955. Damn, this is wild. Damn. This
Jamaica
makes
stole that
me,
shit.
hey, and I got some Jamaican friends and stuff, but this make me just kind of feel some type of way about the Jamaicans. Hold on, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I can't help but feel some type of way. And and see, it's interesting because I dated a Jewish woman for a time. So while I was learning about her and her culture, and she's telling me how she can take this free, all expenses paid trip to Israel at any point in time, and they'll give her lodging and this and that just for being Jewish, I always thought, damn, that's crazy how we don't have something like that for us. And imagine if Shashamane wasn't stolen by the Jamaicans, we probably would have settlements, not just there, but do you know the story about Liberia? I've heard of it in passing, but I don't know if we actually went there, who's in Liberia today, but what's the story of that
Yeah,
one?
I mean, there was a move after Lincoln. They were trying to figure out what to do with us, and so they tried to round up as many as possible. And like you were telling the brother earlier, most of us were not interested, but some were like, "Yeah, I want to go back to Africa." So they dropped them off in Liberia, and yeah, from what I understand, the U.S. population, U.S. born population was maybe 10%, of the total population. It wasn't like it was totally for us. There was people there already. And I've heard horror stories from the Liberian, the native Liberian side, saying that they came over there and started implementing some form of imperialism themselves. But um, I'm not gonna lie, I don't know a lot about Liberia. I'm not really interested in Liberia. I was interested in doing some projects in in Africa a few years back, and they don't they don't really want to hire uh, black professionals on governmental projects. If you don't, it's got to be a white company. And we
Damn.
went to this. I had a partnership with a well-known, very very old engineer here in the Bay Area. He put together a team of black professionals to build a road in Nigeria. And Nigerian representatives came over here, and we had an all-day meeting. And they were getting their funding from whatever World Bank or whatever. I think it was World Bank. And so the World Bank, well, we've got to have a white company in charge of that. And these dudes, they just went for it. They didn't fight nothing. So we ended up what was originally supposed to be, we were supposed to have a 60% controlling share as a group. I would have a small part of that. We ended in terms of the work, not ownership, but the work. And we ended up with less than 5% for the whole group. And so we just walked away from it. But that's what happens all
Damn.
too often. I mean, they just don't have any confidence unless you're white, and their minds are still so damn colonized. It's just ridiculous. There's no striving to like, look, we're gonna do this with black hands and black hands only. They don't care about that
Mm,
shit.
damn. And you know what? I want to bring up another guest. We've got
Okay.
Fleers coming from the back to the front. Fleers, can you hear me okay?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear. Let us know where you're calling in from.
I'm calling from Norway.
From Norway. And are you from Norway originally, or is your family from abroad?
I'm from St. Lucia.
St. Lucia. Okay. And give us some opening remarks. What do you think about the conversation we're having and the title of tonight's broadcast?
Well, I just want to touch on what the caller before me said about immigrants coming and benefiting off everything you guys have. So I was suggesting, since all these fleers are coming to America and getting all your benefits and resources, perhaps you guys should flee. Maybe you would not be homeless as well if you flee.
I'm not homeless.
Well, you see, the thing is, we just don't have a fleeing mentality like so many across the diaspora. But
Well, for
since you
500
said,
years,
well, slow down, miss. But since you said you were listening to the conversation we were having, what is your opinion on the history of Shashamane, if I even pronounced that correctly? I know you,
Shashamane.
Yes, Sasamane. It seems like people from the Caribbean stole land that was intended for African Americans. I'm wondering if this is your first time learning about that bit of history.
We all have to do what we have to do now. If FBA had sense, more sense, they would have fleed themselves.
Whoa, 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 whoa. I said, what is your opinion of learning that you guys stole our land? And your
Oh,
response is, well, we got to do what we got to do. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Yeah, these Caribbean gals sure do have a whole lot of spirit. But let's see what she has for us.
Hey, maybe you wouldn't be so bad off in your own country if you fled. Everybody flees to your country and has it better than you. Maybe you guys should flee as well.
Okay. Ma'am, how long have you been in Norway? Oh, did she put herself on mute? Oh, yeah, she did put herself on mute. Ma'am, unmute yourself and let us know how long have you lived in Norway? Oh, she fled. All right, ladies and gentlemen, she fled. And yeah, it's always them females from the Caribbean. They have such a fiery spirit. If I'm gonna try to be nice, I mean, oh, all that energy aimed at the wrong people. Literally discussing you guys stealing our land, and she's gonna, well, we've got to do what we've got to do, and maybe you guys should flee since so many people flee to your land. You should also get in on the fleeing. Like, what are you talking about? Mm. And
can I say
she
something for
had,
a second?
yeah, yeah. I'm just gonna leave it off with she had to run off at that moment because she knew that we were gonna get too deep with the simple questions of how long have you been in Norway? Why did you relocate to Norway? Why don't you want to live in your? Why can't I pull up a video right now of an Asian saying the Caribbean aren't black countries and anybody can be from St. Lucia and Jamaica and yeah, the fleeing spirit. But go ahead, Barry.
Yeah, because I need to pop in the shower for a minute, but I just want to say this to our non-FBA brothers and sisters that are listening. And, you know, if folks had not done what they had done at the time, we were really making the movement to get those reparations, and we're still doing it, right? All this tension that's going on in these spaces and whatever would not have happened. But now that they've, most of them have done what they've done, speaking down on the reparations, working against the reparations. I've too many of them talking about there ain't no racism here, and just totally just siding with white folks over what we're trying to do. It's we're uncovering all kinds of stuff now, and it would have been better it's like don't poke the bear. Basically, is what I'm saying. Because we are the bear in terms of black people around this globe. And um, from that to the hip hop discussion. I mean, it's all these things where people are stealing
Same
and
motherfuckers that stole our land is trying to steal our hip hop from us too, ain't it?
steal our culture. I mean, it's just ridiculous, and people don't understand that. I was watching this one thing on YouTube, and this lady was in Africa, and she was saying that she was touring around. And she goes, "You African Americans like to fight. Huh? They don't understand what that comes from living in the belly of this particular beast for 4 centuries. It's just going to make you that way, you know. And they should have left well enough alone because more people are going to just uncover stuff. We're going to distance ourselves until I mean, I want to see black folks globally do well. I really do. But I'm not going to do it at my own expense. We got to get our family straight first. Then we can talk about helping other people, which is going back to my father. That was one of his biggest problems. He would try to help the world, and then we was ended up broke, you know, and it doesn't work that way. But I mean, finding out about Shashamani, finding out about Marcus Garvey. I don't really know a lot about Marcus Garvey. He's not one of my heroes, per se. Um,
But I
but I
just
do
always
know one
knew
thing.
I just always knew he was one of those default leaders that we're supposed to praise and admire for some strange reason. I never knew
Well, the one
anything
thing I
about him, but I knew it was him and W.E.B. Du Bois and Booker T. Washington, et cetera, et cetera.
that's the one that I always point to. Whenever somebody throws Marcus Garvey at me and how he built up this whole, he didn't build shit. That network existed already around this country. He utilized it. He did some good stuff. I'm not gonna lie, but then he did some questionable stuff at the end. But the thing was, he walked into an organization, a national organization that already existed, thanks to Booker T. Washington. Booker T. Washington doesn't get enough props.
I feel you. I feel you. And I'm gonna go ahead and bring up some more guests. I know you said that you had to run.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna listen.
Okay, for sure. Well, thanks for calling in, Barry. Don't hesitate to hit
Yeah.
that link in the future. Nice
I
chopping
hit
it
the
up with
cash
you.
app in a few.
All right, appreciate you, brother.
Peace.
All right, and we've got somebody backstage called Moana. Moana, it says your device is not connected, so you might want to try like leaving and coming back or something, but yeah, maybe we can get that sorted out. Next up, we've got William coming from the back to the front. William, how you doing?
Man, I'm blessed by the best, staying out the mess, man. And what I see here, man, I know the Jamaicans stole that land. Um, I've been in Columbus, Ohio, um, all my life, and I am a descendant of FBAs that have been here since the 1800s. And we were segregated to a certain part here in Columbus called the King Lincoln District. And I seen what they did to us. I seen them. I seen the Somalians come in. They hate us. They call us the N word. They don't talk to us. They um, try to string out our women on drugs and whatnot. That's my report from Columbus, Ohio.
Damn, they're over there in Ohio too. I didn't know there was a strong tether class over there.
Yes, they actually have a whole Mexican city over here on the north west side, up there off of Broad Street, going straight up on the north side. They built a whole city over there. They segregated all the blacks out of all the jobs over there, and here in Columbus, our Columbus is the city is actually being rebuilt. I'm actually a chef. I work for a professional team here, and I've seen them try to take our jobs from us. I have skills, which makes me pay the bills. I'm one of the best. So me as an FBA, they can't beat me. But I've seen a lot of them over here. They hate us. They don't talk to us. They they take all the resources as far as the food stamps and everything here in Columbus, Ohio.
Damn, all the food stamps? Not all the food stamps.
Oh yeah, and all the money. Yep, they get it. I've seen a lot of homeless people here messed up because all the migrants here get all the benefits.
Damn.
Now, Columbus, Ohio is a Democratic city, but the state is a red state. Now, that's why everything's happening the way it's happening. That's
Okay. And Rob from Denver says the universities facilitate the mass migrations.
yes, they do. Here at Ohio State, we're Buckeyes here. So we got Ohio State University. We lost against Michigan, whatnot. Anyway, um, we um, we are a innovative state as far as technology. Um, IBM, all that. I worked in the medical industry. I worked in the technological industry. I've worked in the even the culinary. I'm a chef right now for Columbus Blue Jackets. If you ever heard of them, it's the NHL team for hockey. So I
Oh,
know.
don't get me started on that hockey. I was watching a
Oh yeah,
documentary on it a few days ago, and I didn't
it's
realize hockey was the only sport where they allow just straight up brawling. And they
they
really
still
don't
do.
get,
They
yeah, they
still do,
really don't.
sir. They still
Apparently,
do.
it used to be worse. People used to die, and it used to be like 30-man gang fights. So yeah,
Yep.
apparently it's a lot more tame.
They still do let the referees still let them fight. They just don't take it to that level of killing somebody. You know.
Shout out to Gina. She said Mike said all the food stamps for real, not the EBT.
Yeah,
What
they're
did they
taking
do with
all they're
hey,
taking all the resources.
what did they even do with the
The
EBT? I
Urban
don't
League,
think
the
I got
Urban League, the Urban League is even involved. Yes, the Urban
damn.
League is even involved. Yes.
Yeah, but as far as the EBT, I mean, I don't really think they got African cuisine like that in the grocery store. So I don't
Oh
think
man,
they got
like
the
we
supply
have
to make seafood.
bodegas here. You could use the EBT to buy hot food.
Oh, word.
Word.
Not the hot food with the EBT. Oh Lord,
Yes,
where you do that at?
yes, man. Columbus is messed up, man. We are really messed up with the migrants and everything. They took over, man, and they're just
Well,
dogging black
sir,
people.
sir, I'm gonna give you the same treatment as the chick from St. Lucia gave me. If you see everybody's fleeing, why don't you flee, huh? Why don't you flee?
Exactly. And they keep talking down to us. Me, I'm not in that situation because I live in a bubble because I do what I do. But as a chef, of course, and it's it's really sad, man, to see other people just having to deal with this and
So
my
hold
own
on, sir, hold
community.
on, sir. I'm gonna need you to stop flexing that you're a chef because you said you're a chef for a hockey team, and you know all them white folks need is beer and hot dogs.
You know, in
Yeah,
their state.
all you gotta
You
do is put
know,
some hot dogs in hot
you
water
know, in their state.
and put them in between a bun, and they do the rest
I'm
they
sorry
know.
about flexing about the chef thing,
No,
but
no, I'm trolling you. I'm trolling you. It's all good.
I'm FBA. No, my name is William. You know, so um, well, I'm from my dad. My dad's a Southern Baptist preacher, man, here in Columbia, and we built this country. We built this city, and I seen him not give us nothing.
Yeah, I feel you.
We talk about reparations. Reparations are for everybody. It's not for just poor black people. It's for poor black people and for rich black people. It's for us. We all should be on board to do that.
Ooh, I was
And,
holding my
and,
breath. Hey, I
and
was holding my breath for a second. I thought you was about to say that the immigrants need reparations too.
oh, absolutely
I
not,
was
man.
holding my breath. I was like, hold on,
Absolutely
wait a minute.
not.
Where's he going with this?
I like talking to you, man. I've been watching you for months, man, and I see what you're doing, and it's right, and it's just, and it's like we gotta get these tethers out, man. All these people that are not from here need to get the fuck out of our business. I'm sorry for cussing.
No, you're
Um,
right. Nah, I feel it.
they
You
need
have
to get the fuck out of our business, man. Like we have our own thing going here. You know, we have our own all different levels of things going here in Columbus as
so
far as
see,
black
here's
people.
the issue. Here's the issue. The first part of the issue, if I'm gonna try try to give a quick analogy.
Thank you,
See,
Mike.
imagine if it was back in the day, like imagine if it was like the 60s or the 70s, and we don't have the
Right,
internet,
right.
right? And
Yeah.
I just gathered everybody up at your father's church on a
Right.
Saturday to have a town meeting, right?
Yes, sir.
And we got these motherfuckers in the crowd, part of the congregation, that is talking slick, talking sideways.
Exactly.
And before we can even start checking hairlines and checking papers, we like, hold up, these people look like us.
Some hairlines are
These
not
people
going
look
together,
like
man.
us.
They're not.
These people are like scrolls. This is
Y'all
a
don't even
sacred
look like
page.
us. Y'all don't even look like us. You
Well,
know, and they're trying to blend in.
some of them are able to pass. They try to jock the swag. They try to sound like us, but they get in the front door. They get in to the powwow because we think that they us. And then they start talking all this slick shit. And if this was the real world, and if we were in a real life meeting, we would be
Yes.
like, y'all, get the fuck out. Who are y'all? Who invited
I
y'all to
just
go?
I just wish that they would stop going on the internet and talking slick about us. If you don't like us, leave us alone. Go back to where
Well,
you
that's
go. If
where
it's
I was
so
gonna go
cool
with
and
it.
everything.
That's the second half of the issue. We have this thing called the internet, so these people are able to hide behind anonymity. They're able
Yes,
to,
sir.
get into our rooms, get into our social circles. We
Yes,
had
sir.
some other broad call in from Norwegia. Wait, no, not where well, she's not Norwegian. She said she's from St. Lucia, but she called in from Norway. We got a
Yes.
chick from the Caribbean calling in from motherfucking Norway. She fled all the way to Norway, the most coldest, rainiest part of Europe, ain't got nothing to eat but fish and chips 7 days
Come
a week.
on, man. Come on,
And I
man.
love me
Come
some fish and
on.
chips, but after
You
the
ain't
first
no way
day, I get
better than
tired.
us. Our projects are better. I can tell you here in Columbus, Ohio, our projects are way better than everybody in Africa. Like I'm telling you right now. Like we got plumbing, we got internet, everything here. Like even the poor people got internet. You can get a free phone on the side of the street here. That's how good they got it here.
There's
But
road.
the bad part is that they be hating on our shit. We're the ones that put this here. You wouldn't even the people that are selling the free phones on the side of the streets here in Columbus are black. They're FBA. You know, like you're getting free shit from us, and you still want to talk cash mess about us. And I think that is absolutely wrong, man. And
We
I,
gotta
I will
delineate.
never absolutely wrong, man.
We got to delineate. It's that simple.
Mike, keep doing what you're doing, man. I saw your journey, man. I love you, man. And you just keep doing what you do, man. You're the best, bro. I don't care what no one said.
I appreciate it, brother. Thanks for calling in. It was nice chopping it up with you.
Thank you, Mike.
Yep, till next time. Shout out to Brother William. Shout out to Brother William. Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're going to wrap up tonight's streaming festivities. But before we do, I urge you to hit the like button. Likes are free after all. And if you want to support the mission, hit the Cash App, hit the PayPal, become a member of the Patreon so you can get those exclusive members-only perks. And before we wrap up tonight's streaming festivities, I'm going to drop the link one more time, see if anybody wants to call in. And yes, the brother was definitely an FBA, okay? Whether he was Carlton or not. Y'all crazy. Chill, chat, chill. Let me see. We got the link dropped again. And I wanted to check on something. Give me just a moment. All right. So this is the last call to call in or forever hold your peace. If you're a tether from St. Lucia, do not click the link. But we're going to go ahead and wrap up the stream with the rest of the video that we were watching earlier with our French Cameroonian.
On a des collègues qui sont en prison.
Negotiations have reached a dead end. Strikers remain entrenched in their positions. Up until now, a solution has never been found.
That's why your country's dirty, because you
Wow.
guys were on
And they
strike.
got the trucks and everything, but these people on strike, they don't want to pay them. What type of shit is that?
That sounds like slavery, right?
Can I ask a
Wow.
3 months without getting paid? These people got children they got to take care of. What type of shit is that?
That is slavery, bro. Whoa, they're doing slavery there right now? Oh my God.
And we only got to play the replay for just a moment because we got Idris calling in. Hey, Idris. Sorry, I was just about to bring you up earlier, and then you dipped off from behind the stage.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Doing well. How about yourself? What is it, 3 a.m. over there in the UK?
It's 2 a.m. in the UK.
Damn, I was close.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, basically...
See, and this is what goes on. You don't understand how infatuated they are with us. Idris was sleeping in his cozy London flat with his snow bunny right by his side, and then he woke up at 2 a.m. and said, you know what, I've got to talk to the FBAs.
Yeah, I got to keep in contact with my brothers in the FBA, don't I?
Mm-hmm. She said, hi.
Yeah.
She said, Idris, what are you doing? Come back to bed. He said, no, I got to talk to the FBA family.
Yeah, that's right, man. Yeah, so, I mean, basically, I wanted to ask one question. You know that the video on Saturday night, do you remember that one?
Was that the one where we talked about Marcus Garvey?
No, it was the one on Saturday. Let me see if I can...
Was that the one where we had the French Cameroonian call in?
I think so. Let me have a look where it was.
Was it this video right here?
It was let me understand where it was. It was the one with the sign.
By you, but the ideology still here.
With the what?
Oh look, I almost got it. Oh no, man, I've lost it. Gosh. Oh yeah, here.
Shout out to Barry. Hold on real quick. Pause the show. Shout out to Barry. Thank you for calling in and providing great commentary, but also for the Cash App that just came through. Let me drop a bomb for Barry. Give me just a moment. And Barry gets. Yes, chat, give it up for Barry. We fighting being demonetized by the powers that be, but we still got the B1 family coming through and showing support, and I appreciate it. Idris, Saturday's
Yeah.
video. Which
Yeah,
was it?
I mean, it was called Africans Are Failing.
Whoa, hold on, Idris. I cannot confirm nor deny that that was the title of the stream. What did you say the title was again? Oh, I think we lost Idris. Idris going once. Idris going twice. God damn it, I thought they don't have load shedding in the UK. You moved all the way to the UK from Africa to avoid the load shedding, and you're telling me they're still fucking with your Wi-Fi. No, it just you just gotta move back to Africa. It don't matter if you only get Wi-Fi every 37 minutes for a 2-minute window. You better get back to the mother country, to the motherland. Matter of fact, I'm just gonna kick Idris, and hopefully he'll click the link and call back in. Sometimes when you have technical difficulties, you just gotta, pick yourself up and try again. But while we wait for Idris to call back in, let's see where we were at in the replay. I think I got jumped around
I
here.
don't
Hold
know
on.
because you are insulting me.
We were roasting the man slightly about the trash condition in this country. Here we go.
This is what most Africans don't want to admit. We have to admit this, brother. We don't believe in nationhood. We don't believe in building our countries. So we run to countries that are more developed so we can find a safer place to nest. My brother, why are you not speaking about these issues, my brother, especially in the Cameroon?
Because that's not true. That's not all the truth. If you know the history of Africa, first thing, speaking of Cameroon, we don't have francophone and anglophone doesn't have problem. It's issue with the government.
Brother, stop it. This is absurd, brother. We are the government.
You don't know. Sorry, listen,
There are no
please.
white people there. There are no Chinese. We are the
Please
ones. We
listen
are responsible for our governments. This is mentally laziness, brother. We cannot say, "Oh, government this, government that." Who makes up the government? It's Africans. It's us. We as Africans make the government.
It's the government. It's the government. The government. The government. The government. It's the government. It's the government. The government. The government. It's the government. It's the government. It's the government. The government. The government. The government. It's the government.
Brother.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, grab your It's the Government merchandise while supplies last. I say again, grab your official It's the Government merchandise while supplies last. I only got 2 shirts left in each size, okay? You better get in that. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. You know, they'll always be lying, talking about, oh, there's only 3 left. You better buy in the next 10 minutes. Let's go.
This is what you do when if you want to build. You either overthrow the government that is oppressing you, or you flee. And too many of us Africans, we love fleeing because we don't want responsibility. Look at Asia. Asia was leveled by the Western powers. But what did they do? They went to the West, they attained the knowledge, and they came back and they built their countries. And so much of Asia is developed. Many Asian countries are first world, brother. Even China is second world. Shanghai is first world. Come on, brother. What are you talking about, man? Stop with this mental laziness, man. We as Africans, we gotta stop making excuses, man. Nobody likes us, brother. Nobody believes in us because we don't believe in ourselves. Stop with this, brother. You West Africans, look, you guys, you have your issues, but a lot of you guys are very smart. You guys have to return.
Idris.
Yeah, sorry about that. So the title of the video was Africans are failures
Whoa,
without
whoa,
black.
whoa, whoa, whoa. Idris, I cannot confirm nor deny that that may have at one point in time been the title of the video.
Okay, but basically that was the title of the video.
Whoa, 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 whoa. We are going to say allegedly, hypothetically, that may have, most likely was not, but could have been the title of the video, but it's much rather a mistake made on your part. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, basically, I've actually got I've got it up. I've got it up already.
Idris, I just got demonetized from YouTube for being too harsh on the tethers. I had to go back and rename my videos, make them more PC. I can't bang on the tethers and call them failures no more. I did not have relations with that woman, and I hit the marijuana, but I did not inhale it, okay?
Okay, yeah, I get it. So basically, do you have that video, or is it being completely demonetized and cut?
I do have a video that may or may not have been named what you just said that you thought that it was named.
Okay, right. So can I ask you for a big favor?
Yep.
Can you change the name of that video, obviously, and can you put it back on YouTube, or is that not going to be possible?
No, it's still there. Are you saying that you're trying to find it and you can't find it anymore?
No, basically, I can find it, but I'm unable to access it.
What's it say
I
when you
can
try
find
to access it?
As in, basically, I'll click on it, and it comes out with this video contains. Hold on. It contains Vice, YouTube, Network, and stuff like that, and it's blocked in the UK.
Oh, you know what it is? Let me go to my YouTube studio real quick. There was a Vice interview or something that I played, and I know sometimes it blocks it from certain countries, so it may, let me see. Yeah, partially blocked. No, this one's visible in the UK, so this one's not the right video. Then let me go to the next one. Oh, this is the one you're talking about. Oh, you know what? I actually forgot to change the name of this one. It still says Africans are failures. Oh shit, I need to change that ASAP.
Yeah, change
Yeah,
title.
Africans versus Black Americans.
Yeah.
Let's all get along.
Yeah. There we go.
We're happy. We're
Yeah,
happy and we're singing and we're colored. Do 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 do.
Yeah.
Give me a high five.
The good politically correct title, and then just put it on YouTube. That was a really good one.
Damn, I called them failures in the description of the video too. Damn, I gotta delete that. Oh shit.
Yeah, and you know the picture you may have to change a little.
Thumbnail too. Yeah, he got him all out with the help one. Oh Lord, I gotta fix the thumbnail real quick too. Oh Jesus, why I do them like that? Why did I do our brothers and sisters from across the pond that way? Oh Lord, have mercy on my soul. I can never travel to the Caribbean or the continent of Africa.
It's the government. It's the government.
Posters of me. I know it. If
It's
you
the
ever
government.
see a light-skinned nigga with freckles, he is my TV. You kill him or you bring him to me. He is the tether stayer. All right, so it says that this video is blocked in which countries?
UK, definitely.
Oh yeah, the UK. It's only the UK. Damn, they fucking with y'all. That's grimy. Okay, so what blocked it? Was it the Jagged Edge? Let's Get Married? Was it the Elton John Rocket Man? I got a few options here. Hold on. Let me see which one it was. 'Cause I got hit with a few copyright strikes on this one. Okay, Vice, Uganda, United Kingdom. Okay. Let me see if there's that one just blocked it in Russia, and that one's just Russia and Belarus. Okay, so what I'll do is dispute it. But if I dispute it, it's gonna take like a couple days until it comes back public again. If you need it sooner for some reason, I could for one, you should get a VPN, but for two, I could like email you the video if you need it like ASAP for some reason.
I don't need ASAP. It's just, I mean, basically that was a good stream that I just wanted to, watch again.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And I'll also be clipping up these streams and dropping like shorter form videos. So yeah, either way, I'm gonna be getting it clipped up as well. Give me just a second while I submit this copyright
So,
appeal.
what would be the new title of that video?
Africans versus Black Americans, let's all get along. Smiley face.
All right, all right.
Peace and love.
Peace and love. Pan-Africanism.
Pan-Africanism all the way. Yeah, I'm a Pan-Africanist now, guys. YouTube said I can't be anti-Pan-Africanist.
Okay. I mean,
But send me an
YouTube,
email.
YouTube got their own goon squads.
They got the Goonie Goon squads they're gonna send after me.
Yeah.
But yeah, but that video should be back up by like the end of the week.
Yeah.
So yeah, hold on, let me just set this up. I transformed the original work. My video does not serve the same purpose. The nature of the copyrighted work is educational and factual. I really don't even remember even reacting to Vice. I wonder what it was. I must have been playing part of my Slaves of Dubai stream.
Yeah,
I think that
probably.
one had a Vice interview in it. Only use a small portion of the original content. My video is not a substitute for the original content. So what are you gonna have for breakfast tomorrow? Toast and beans?
Well, probably. Why not?
Damn, I was halfway joking, but halfway wasn't. Is that really like your guys' go-to breakfast?
No, basically, we'll just have a cereal for breakfast, right? That's what we have.
I feel like you're being a trickster. You guys eat cereal? You don't have like Frosted Flakes and Lucky Charms, do you?
No. We have Frosties. We have Cocoa Pops. We have Weetabix.
Oh Lord, it sounds like the knockoff version of all of our shit. Oh boy, I bet your
Probably.
cereal is very delicious. Oh, we've got Moana backstage again. It still says your device is not connected. So yeah, you gotta figure out how to connect your microphone, and then we can bring you up. But as of now, it does not let me bring you up. Yeah, Idris, what's on your mind at 2 a.m. in the UK?
Oh no! Well, not much. It was mainly trying to get back that video. Thank you very much for that once again. And yeah, not much else was on my mind. I just yeah, not much really. And I was just and then calling to see how you were generally.
Oh yeah, I'm doing well. Staying busy, staying in good health, good spirits, and all that good stuff. You know what though? Yeah. You know what I can also do for you is if
Yep.
you were interested in becoming a member of the Patreon, since I don't have
Yeah.
YouTube memberships anymore,
Yeah.
I can just go ahead and re-upload that video to Patreon so you could watch it, ASAP instead of waiting for like a
No,
week.
basically, I mean, you can. I'll wait for it until the end of the week. If need be, no
You
problem.
cheap
I'm okay.
bastard. It's only $5 for my Patreon, okay? Support new black business. Support black
Wow.
entertainment. BET. I'm the new BET, okay?
Okay.
No, I'm just joking. But
No
yep,
problem.
if you're down to wait, this should be up by like next week.
Brilliant stuff. Once again, thank
Mind
you very
Wars
much.
is having a battle internally. He says to tether or not to tether. That is
Wow.
the question.
No, that is quite deep.
And Moana wants me to wait a minute, please. So we will wait 2 minutes. We will wait several minutes.
And I'd also like to give my shout out to Millie Hendricks as well.
Oh yeah, shout out to Mandem. You guys should actually link up. Are you guys like in the same city or area?
I'm not sure whereabouts he lives. I have no idea.
For all you know, you guys are neighbors.
Probably, yeah. We might. I mean, does he live in? Is he live in London?
I don't know. I just know he lives in the UK. Can't remember if I asked him like specifically. I know I joked before and asked him if he lived in like Brixton, and he was like, no.
Oh, okay, yeah, probably. He probably lives a couple of roads. He probably lives down the road from me.
Yep. For all you know, that roadman that you were gonna back out the Rambo and the ZK on, that was your boy Millie.
Sorry, I didn't understand that. Can you Can you translate that, please?
Yeah. So the Rambo and the ZK is the really long machete type zombie knives that the roadman carry.
Okay. Yeah.
You know, and the roadman is like the UK street gangsters.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. All right. Good.
So all I was saying was that dude who stepped on your trainers that you were about to start shanking, for all you know, that could have been your brother Millie.
Right. I'm not into any of that sort of stuff. I don't shank people. I don't do none of that.
Oh, I see. You're more of an acid attack kind of guy. You're into the chemical warfare. You're making acid bombs,
Oh no.
taking
Definitely.
acid and putting it in water balloons and shit, doing drive-bys.
Well, we don't have guns like you lot, so what the hell, man? You know, you gotta start importing some guns over here.
Whoa. We can't joke about things like that onto interweb.
Oh yeah. Ooh,
Gosh.
Lord have mercy. My apologies.
And
I
today we
take
have
that.
breaking news. Live streamer known as Mike TV was indicted on criminal charges. There was a conspiracy to traffic firearms from America to the UK. The ringleader's name was Idris.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, man, Zed, a little stabby McStabberson. Nothing major, you know?
Yeah.
Just take his insides and put them on the outside. Which, in actuality, I think means that you guys are even more gruesome than us, because it's like we'll shoot somebody, and it's not like we're actively looking at the wound being formed and all the gore. I mean, someone gets shot, someone runs off, but you guys are like stabbing people at close range, warm blood trickling down your
Well,
hands and your arms, and watching
it's
the
true.
life go from your fellow mandem fleetingly.
That's true. We can't have any of these stray bullets. See, the stray bullet's highly efficient. It'll just if it gets someone accidentally, boom, you don't have to wait around. You know it does the job. We are a little inefficient. I don't think we're gruesome. We're inefficient in our killing because we don't have guns over here. We're a little third world in Britain.
You guys do have guns. It's just the real roadman that run things got those black AKs.
It's only the big gangster man. It's like a big yardy gangster man that's got guns and they're just concealed somewhere. But even police officers don't have guns in the UK.
But for real, the average police is walking around without the pipe.
Yeah, there's no gun at all. It's only special firearms units in SO19 that have guns in the UK, and they're like operate around Whitehall, Number 10, Downing Street. They operate around about the diplomatic areas where the embassies are situated in central London. But mainly, it's just the police officers themselves don't carry firearms. Carrying a firearm in the UK gets you a lot of prison time.
Which is interesting because they have like cities in the United States that have really harsh gun laws, and that doesn't really stop the gun violence at all.
But America has like a Second Amendment right. They have a constitutional right to bear arms, and that's a Second Amendment right, which Republicans, of course, under Trump, protect fanatically, isn't it?
Yeah, I wouldn't even say protect fanatically. In general, we have good gun laws. Like, it's not like anybody can just walk in a store and leave with a gun. Like, if anything, there's like waiting periods and background checks, and you have to take classes and get certified. But the thing is, the criminals don't care about those laws, so the criminals are just going to break the laws anyways. It's like in the UK, you have harsh gun laws, but If a criminal really doesn't care, they're gonna get a gun and shoot somebody anyways. It's just way harder to access because in general, you guys have way less guns than we have.
But we cannot carry any firearms at all, whereas the Americans have a right to carry firearms. There's a difference.
We do under certain circumstances. We all can't just walk around with firearms. If anything, we have a right to bear arms, but if we wanted to
That's right.
exercise that right, then there are, laws in place. I mean, you have to get a concealed carries permit, you have to keep it locked up in a certain way. So I mean, it's not as, it's not like we're in the old Western days just walking around with guns.
Yeah, I know. I mean, because I just thought, it was just like a situation where a person could just go into a shop and say, right, give me yeah, I'll purchase that gun. Away you go. But you can't do that. You have to have all these laws and these background
Yeah.
checks and everything, isn't it?
So here, a perfect example. When I went to buy my gun, this was the exact process. I was like
Oh my
21.
goodness.
Yeah, I was like 21, and I was like, you know what? I don't like need a gun per se, but I want to like exercise my rights and get a gun and take it to the range and train with it. So I went to a gun shop and I looked around at different guns. They have a bunch of guns out that are unloaded that you can try and play around with. So I found a gun that I wanted. So first, I paid for it. After I paid for it, what they do is they do a background check on me to make sure that I don't have any felonies. They had a certification, basically like a test, like a multiple choice test I had to pass on gun safety. And then they had a waiting period where even though I passed the test, even though I passed the background check, even though I paid for the gun, there was a 10-day waiting period. So I had to wait 10 days and then come back 10 days later to buy it. And they have rules like that in place so that somebody isn't like, oh, I just caught my wife cheating, or oh, I just got road rage. Let me go here and buy a gun and walk out with a gun. Like, no, you have like this kind of chill off 10-day waiting period that they make everybody. And I don't think that's in all states. I think that's in certain states. And in the South, they may not have that same kind of waiting period. You may be able to get it the same day. But either way, they do a background check and again, the gun that you buy is registered. It has a, not a barcode, but it has like a serial number on it. So that gun is linked to you. And, if I buy that gun now, I have to keep it locked up in a certain way. Even if I'm traveling with it, I have to keep it locked up in a box in a certain way. If I want to just keep it on my hip, well, now I have to apply through the sheriff's office to get a concealed carries permit. And to get a concealed carries permit is really hard to get. It costs money. You got to pass all these, training and certifications and stuff. And depending on the state that you're in, they might not really give out concealed carry permits. So since I was living in California, that was a state where it's notoriously hard to get one. So I didn't get a concealed carry permit. I just got my regular permit. And that just meant that I couldn't keep it loaded on my hip. If I have it with me in the car, it has to be locked in the glove box with the magazine released and yada, yada, yada. But when I'm at home, I can carry it however I want at my own home. So
Yeah.
that's a little
Whereas in
crash course history on American gun laws.
Yeah, thanks, man. Me, I always learn something from your, podcasts and.
Because you're in the UK, so like you guys probably think, we're just literally all walking around with guns all the time.
Gun-toting cowboy sort of thing, yeah.
Yeah, no. But again, the street gangsters are, because if you're a criminal, you don't care about the gun laws and you don't want to buy a gun that has a serial number that you go shoot somebody and now they trace it to your gun and trace it to your name. So, if you're a criminal, you don't care and you're still going to do what you're going to do. So that's why they've got like automatic pistols with 30 round clips and Glocks with switches and yada yada yada. And it's really a sad case because I just saw a documentary in the UK that basically covered the same thing. And it was like this dude who was in like a sandwich shop or something in the UK, and these two dudes burst in with like a machete and they were trying to kill him. And the
Yeah.
dude in the sandwich shop took out his machete and
Yeah.
basically chased them off. So the people
Yeah.
were like, hey, there's harsh laws against carrying these weapons, but if this dude did not carry this weapon, he would have literally been shanked to death. So the paradox that we're faced with on the streets is these people living the harsh lifestyle on the street would much rather get caught with the illegal weapon than not have the illegal weapon and get murdered.
Yeah, because like I say before, carrying firearms are absolutely forbidden in the UK. Period. There's no licensing, nothing like that whatsoever.
Yeah.
It's not allowed. Period. So therefore, you have massive knife crime over here in the UK.
Yeah. And the crime still happens. It just takes a different shape, a different form, I guess. I mean, I heard some there was some like mass shootings in the UK, but there was like people like running over people in their car, like running over a bunch of people at once type stuff. So
Yeah,
yeah, it
these
is it's
yes.
interesting.
So the criminal will always find another way around it anyhow. But I do feel a lot safer that police officers aren't carrying guns, thankfully,
Yeah.
because I mean, if they were to be carrying guns, I'd be like, my goodness, it'd be a lot easier for them to just, kill the civilian population. Whereas in the United States of America, unfortunately, any one of them can get trigger happy and just, kill people indiscriminately. So I feel a lot
Yeah, yeah,
presence
true.
of police officers.
Yeah, I never thought about that dynamic. Yeah, it probably does put you guys at ease a lot more dealing with police in the UK because they aren't armed.
And whenever those right wing conservatives over here talk about, yeah, we want to arm the police, that always terrifies me and the rest of the black community over here.
Oh, you know what? Hold on, Idris. We got Moana. Moana was able to sort out the connection issues. Are you able to hear us okay, Moana?
Yeah, you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear. Let us know where you calling in from.
I was calling yesterday. We talk to each other.
Oh, you're the dude that's from Cameroon that lives in France.
Yes, that's it.
Oh, wait, hold on. So educate us a little bit. Last time you called into my program, your name was Edwin. Now your name is Moana Enzi.
No, it's a nickname. It means son of the lion.
So your real name is Edwin, but this right now on the screen is your nickname. And how do you pronounce your nickname?
Mwananze.
Oh goddamn! I'm gonna try my hardest. All right, say it again.
Mwana Nze. You can say
Moana Unze.
yeah. Yeah, that's it. That's it.
Moana
Mwananze.
Unze.
Yes.
Ooh, y'all. I'm about to start rolling my tongue like the South African. I'm feeling so tribal. Arr.
It's
All
good.
right. Well, hey, let us know. What do you have to say this evening? I'm not sure how much of the conversation you've heard tonight, or if you're just tuning in, but go ahead and give us some opening remarks.
I didn't understand a lot. I just came, so I will talk about the title. It's an interesting title, but I
Oh, wait, hold on. Is today's title a lot more nicer than the title you saw before?
prefer that.
And you know why it is nicer, right?
Why?
Because I got punished from YouTube for being too harmful.
Oh, so in your opinion, is bad that you got punished or not?
I mean, in America, we value our freedom of speech, but I think I'm still able to convey the same message with lighter vernacular. So it's fine. No big deal.
Okay. But you spoke about freedom. What is the limit of the freedom of speech when you are insulting people, or when people feel they are being insulted?
Yeah, so we don't really have much limitations to freedom of speech in America. The thing is, when you're on a private platform like YouTube, they have their own community guidelines. And if you violate their guidelines, then they can punish you. So it wasn't like I was breaking American law. I was just flirting with the legalities of YouTube's terms and conditions. And basically all YouTube says is you can't be harmful towards protected groups. So there are groups you can be harmful to, but the protected groups you cannot be harmful to.
So African are protecting group.
didn't think Africans were a protected group, but YouTube is considering them a protected group. Protected groups are religious, gender, and race. And I didn't really consider Africans as being a race. I mean, that's a continent. You guys are Nigerian, you guys are Senegalese, you guys aren't like Africans. So I didn't think that that was violating community guidelines, but apparently it is.
Okay. So I didn't understand what you were saying earlier because I just get in. So if you can update me.
Well, shoot, we've spoke about a few things at this point. We had a crazy chick from St. Lucia call in and say that since tethers are fleeing, we should be like tethers and we should flee America.
Sorry,
Um,
excuse me. What is I see that word everywhere. What is mean taters? What you mean by that taters?
tether is somebody who fled their homeland to move to a European nation, and in doing so, adopted a mindset of white supremacy and actively work against the best interests of foundational Black Americans.
Ah, okay. So it's all about FBA. So taters. I mean the word taters is not like an African who turn his back against other Africans. It's like an African who is against Black Americans.
Exactly. And most of them fit a certain stereotype. Most of them are very insecure to speak about the country they come from originally. Most of them have delusions of grandeur, saying that they didn't flee, they just moved to Europe because they have some master plan to steal all these riches and send them back to their country and yada, yada, yada. But the biggest thing that they have in common is a lot of jealousy, vitriol, and contempt for foundational Black Americans.
Okay, but can I ask you a question? What is the difference for you between an expatriate? I don't know if you say that in English, expatriate, expat,
Expat?
and
Yes.
and fleer and taters. What's the difference? When somebody, when an African, not an European, when an African got outside his country, one is not a tater if you go outside Africa.
So, what I don't think you're understanding is all Africans that migrate somewhere else are not tethers.
Okay.
Just because you're African and you move someplace else, that does not make you a tether. What makes you a tether is moving someplace else and adopting a mindset of white supremacy and actively working against the best interests of foundational Black Americans. So, perfect example, Idris is on the panel right now. I forget which country Idris's people are from originally, but Idris lives in the UK. I do not consider Idris a tether just because he lives in the UK. Well, why is Idris not a tether? Because Idris doesn't have a colonized mindset and he does not have disdain and vitriol for foundational Black Americans.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, a little bit. Yes.
And you said that you see the word everywhere. Where have you seen the word?
No, so I how can I say that? I found out that there is that internet war between internet war between Black American and African. So I was checking that up, and I found your channel, and I found the Dr. Umar channel. So I see those word taters in the commentary, taters, and I didn't know what it means.
Yeah, so there's not an internet war going on. There's a real life war going on. It's just spoken about on the internet a lot since that's where we come together.
No, I mean internet because in France or in Africa we don't have that kind of problem issue with American. So I suppose it's like between the FBA and African who are
You
in United
person no,
States.
no, 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 no. You personally may not have come across xenophobic and tribalistic Africans living abroad, but I can tell you, as a person who hosts the show weekly, we have people from France, from Norway, from the continent of Africa, from the UK, from America, from Jamaica, and everywhere in between that call in with a whole lot of hate towards us. So just because you aren't familiar with it, or just because the African friends you have in France don't talk negatively about this, that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Because again,
No,
I can show literally
we,
countless of examples.
we do have like I was saying yesterday, we do have tribalism, but is not only against Black Americans. It's like we do have tribalists.
It's against everybody. It's even against fellow Africans, right?
Yes, that's
Yeah.
that's what tribalist is. But it's not like we are hating so much on Black American. That's why I did not understand the topic. If you want.
So you don't understand us speaking out against Africans that hate on us because
No,
in
no, no, no,
your
no,
mind,
no.
because in your mind, you're like, well, the Africans hate on everybody. It's not just you guys, right?
No, that's not it. If an African is disrespecting you, do the same. But I was saying that I feel we don't have that hate against Black American that you're trying to demonstrate. And somebody in the live says,
Yeah,
"Oh,
we just totally made it up. You're right. We
no,
just
no, I don't say
totally
you are made."
made it up.
No,
Listen,
no,
one
that's
second. There's no llamas in Africa. Llamas are found in Asia. You dumbass nigger. Instead of resorting to your fourth grade, jokes, let's have a grown-up conversation. All right, nigger?
No, you got your cousins over there in Los Angeles, the homeless people shitting in the streets as we speak.
Ma'am, homeless people do not represent the population. The homeless people are people who are mentally ill for the most part. If you see a foundational Black American shitting, that's a mentally ill person on Skid Row. It's not a dude walking around as a lawyer who's taking the shit on the side of the road and then going to practice law like back in.
Why are they an overwhelming amount of Black American children in the foster care? Why are there so many Black men in prison?
Ma'am, why do you run from the question of why your people are over there starving in mass to the point where you have to flee?
It is. You gotta understand, right? 3 out of 4 Black people. There's a new study that came on University of Utah, and also and University of Stanford, the Hoover Institute. 3 out of 4 Black people have mercury in their blood. 2 out of 6 Black people have uranium. You can actually use Black people to create nuclear energy. So when people say that Black people are bad, yes, they're bad, but there's a positive. You know what I mean? Also, it's not. I'm not talking about killing them. You can extract the uranium and the mercury from their blood without killing them. Also from their lymphatic, what do you call it, nervous system, and also their parasympathetic nervous system.
Yeah, you're right. We just made it up.
no, that's not what I was saying. I was saying that in my part of the world, we don't have that kind of issue with Black Americans. I didn't know that kind of issue. We don't have a lot of Black Americans here, so I didn't know that you have a internet war against Africans. So, in my opinion, it just
When
thing
you say
in your
internet
country.
war, is that to try to diminish our
No,
strife?
it's, I don't have for the lack of better word. So I don't know how to, for the lack of better word, internet
Okay,
war.
no worries. Well, hey, Idris, why don't you go ahead and jump in? I don't know how much longer you can be with us since it's so late over there, but weigh in whenever you're ready, Idris.
Yeah. In my experience, I have seen like many people from Africa unfortunately have far too much disrespect and hatred towards the foundational Black American community. And like I've said before, foundational Black Americans were prepared to, reach out their arms to the diaspora, to Black people on the continent and the Caribbean. And unfortunately, what we did was we kind of threw them under the bus. And then we, sided with the white supremacists for, further advancement in our social standing and our economic, and we wanted to advance our economic conditions. We were prepared to throw foundational Black America under the bus. And as a result of this, my deepest fear is that I think that we've missed the boat in regards to the unity between foundational Black America and Africa, which I find unfortunately very heartbreaking and unfortunate, to say the least. That's my experience, and that's my perspective, and that's what I've experienced growing up among Caribbean people, African people. And not only do we have a lot of disrespect and disdain for the Black foundational American community. We also have, a lot of beef and a lot of hatred among African people ourselves. So we have a lot of tribal wars, inter-clan wars. So, I mean, I don't want to say this about my African brothers and sisters, but we've got to be honest here. We have been very disrespectful. I mean, you can hear it among family members. You can hear it among friends. You can hear it in your neighborhood. There is this disdain and there's this dislike towards foundational Black Americans, from what I can understand.
So it's a surprise for me because, like I said, we don't have that kind of issue over there. We don't call African American slur like you do, like daters. We don't do that. I never heard somebody in my entire life calling an American, a Black American, something like Akata. I see somebody saying Akata in the commentary. I don't even know what it means, the word Akata. So, in my opinion, is not a global thing like you want to demonstrate. It's more like maybe in the US, but in France we don't have that kind of shit. In Africa we have other problem to call you slur. So I don't get it. But we do have problem like tribalism. That's okay. We do have that kind of problem, but we
Sir,
have.
you fled to France. How are you going to speak about what's going on a global scale between us and other members of the diaspora when you're in France? And before you were in France, you were in Cameroon. You weren't in a majority of the countries in Africa to
Because
know
I spent
what.
a lot of
Yeah,
time.
don't interrupt me now, boy. You weren't in a majority of all the other African countries to know how they feel or act or deal with foundational Black Americans. So how are you going to try to diminish our strife? How are you going to try to belittle our struggle and say, oh, well, I don't see it, so I don't think it's a global issue, when I've literally played you videographic evidence to support our claims? And literally, we have another member of the diaspora saying that he's heard it all his life from friends, from family members, etc., etc. Sir, just because you've been living in a French Cameroonian bubble, that doesn't mean that what's happening out in the real world isn't taking place.
So, like I was saying, maybe in your country, but we don't have that kind of shit in Africa. I spend my
Sir,
entire life with.
Africa is not a country, it's a continent. So so
Yes,
so why
but
don't
I
you
know
name for me the African countries that you've lived in? Plural, more than one.
I grew up in Cameroon. I
Okay.
uh, I visit. I didn't live in another country, but I visit Gabon. I visit
Oh,
Senegal.
so you've only lived in Cameroon.
I live in Cameroon. I'm
Okay.
in Africa, yes, but I visited other country.
And how many other countries did you visit?
I think like three: Gabon, Senegal, and
And sir, do you know how many countries there are in Africa?
54.
So do you know what percentage of the continent of Africa you've traveled?
Uh, like that, a very
5%, sir. If we want to round up, we can say 6%. So you've traveled to not even 60% of the continent, but you're going to try to diminish our struggle and say that, oh, this isn't something that's
what
happening worldwide
which
in
which
Africa.
which struggle?
What are you talking about?
No, what I'm saying that in France, I have a lot of friends that came from Africa.
And Raheem, thank you for the Cash App. Just now seeing the contribution. Raheem says, keep up the good work. Will do, brother, will do. Let me go ahead and drop a bomb for Raheem. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and wrap up this broadcast shortly, unless you guys want an encore. If you want an encore, then put 5 on the Cash App or the PayPal. I'm sure somebody has 5 on it. Ladies and gentlemen, we will keep the show going for at least another hour. If you want an encore, you know what to do. And let's hear what our French Cameroonian has to say next.
Creep on in, on in, on in.
So what is the struggle you were talking about? What I'm saying is, in France, I know a lot of Africans, and we don't have that kind of conversation against Black Americans. Maybe it exists in other countries. I'm saying what I have.
Then I believe that you and I have a completely different experience and a totally different perspective, and I really don't know why that is.
So, Erwin, maybe you can explain to your fellow African how you think that this is imaginary, meanwhile, it's something that he's experienced firsthand for years.
I didn't say it was imaginary. I did say it's not a global thing like you want to demonstrate it. It's not
It
like,
is a global
oh,
thing. Yes, it is.
no, no, no,
Explain
no.
to me how it's not a global thing just because you and your French friends look up to FBAs instead of talking down to them.
Because we don't have that kind of topic in Africa, like, oh, Black American are like this, are like this. No, you have other issue.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you want an encore, you know what to do. Hit that Cash App, hit that PayPal. We're going to start killing them with receipts. We're going to start killing them with receipts. You know they call me the king of receipts, right? You know they call me the king of receipts, right? Let's go ahead and do it. Let's go ahead and do it. Which one do I want to start off with? There's so many. There's so many. Hmm. So many. Nah, that was a good one. Mm, yeah, you know what? I think we'll do the street interviews. We'll take a street level. Hold on, guys. I gotta make sure this one's copyright free. No, hold up, y'all. I'm on the wrong account. I don't want no commercials. I don't want no commercials. All right, let's start off with the sister. And you know what? Before I share this, let me see. Are we even dipping on into an encore? Why am I doing all this work, bringing up the receipts? I should have made sure we had the contributions going first. My mistake, y'all. My mistake. Let me get caught up with the chat real quick. We still got Mind Wars in the building. Yes, we are definitely hearing some tether babble, y'all. We are definitely hearing some tether babble. Hey, TK, nice to see you. We got Tynesha in the building. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you want an encore, you know what to do. I guess in the meantime, we can bring up one video. We can bring up one. Damn, y'all, where's the video I want? Where's the one I want? Oh, damn, you know what? This file that I have, I've got it all backed up. This playlist that I have is of African Americans who went to Africa telling their first-hand accounts. Here we go. We can go ahead and open up with this one, but this is the Vlad TV one, and Vlad stays copyright striking. You know what? When it comes to playing the Vlad, I just got to make sure that we can't actually see the video. As long as we just get audio, it should be okay.
Speaking of Africans,
yes,
I had Freeway Ricky on recently.
Freeway,
and he said something interesting about Africans. Well, let me see if I can just let me find it real quick.
I just met him. He was cool as shit.
So this is Freeway Ricky.
Yes,
talking about African Americans and Africans.
Oh, I love it.
You love it?
I love it.
Can't wait for this.
That's how Soul Plane got good.
Or we can escape to. You know, this is like everything that we have is right here. You know, even Africa, they don't really accept American blacks. You know, they don't really like us.
There's a friction between American blacks and Africans.
Well, American blacks don't have no friction. They have a friction. Yeah. American blacks like everybody.
This is true.
We just like accept anybody come in our community. Oh, come on in, bring your store and all your goods and everything. We'll buy that shit. It might not be worth a damn, but we'll buy it.
My word says I should accept crypto. I do. I've got a Coinbase wallet. I have gotten crypto before.
We'll support you.
Yeah, no, you're right. The racism comes from the African side.
Yeah, we don't have any of that. American blacks, I feel, have been giving away their stuff too long. You know, it's time for us to become more conscious about everything that we do, what we do with it, who we allow to get our money. And I think that once they do that, it's gonna be a big difference. But no, we don't have anything against them. They have a friction against us.
He's right.
Right, but
he's so right.
So you're actually agreeing with this?
Damn right, because
you're African.
Oh, and this is a Nigerian we're gonna hear from. Okay, we've got an African on the line.
And I'm West African, Nigerian, but I was born in Nebraska, Lincoln, Nebraska. My father went to school there. I have video on my Instagram. Comedian Godfrey, by the way. But it's the truth. Because if you remember the movie Sugar Hill,
yep,
and there's a scene where they're doing the thing with the drug dealer, and the guy said, "We can't work with Akata. We can't work with Akata." That's a word that they were calling the American blacks, Akata, the Nigerians. Akata is a word that they use for American blacks. And Wesley Snipes was like, "Yo, what is this Akata shit you keep calling us?" And the guy goes, "We don't want to work with cotton pickers." And then Wesley.
Hey, but let our French friends tell it. You know, that word is just something that foundational Black Americans created to perpetuate this fake pseudo online war. You know, they don't actually use that word.
Beats the shit out of them, but it's the truth. So African Americans and Africans have always had friction. You know what I'm saying? But Africans, and I know some Africans are gonna probably be like, "I don't like what you." Man, whatever.
Yeah, people were upset over this clip. This clip started to go viral on Twitter.
Why are they getting upset at that? First of all, it's the truth. Africans come to America, and there's a lot of my African American friends say, man, a lot of Africans are really mean towards us. They're really nasty towards us because they feel they're better towards us. And I think it's the wrong attitude to take because I'm West African, but I was born here. My friends are African American and African.
A unique perspective. A unique perspective indeed.
I think it's fucked up because here's the thing. Africa, like whether you say Nigerians or Ethiopians, whatever, we were colonized by Europeans, man. We were colonized. We were treated like shit. Look at South Africa. With all the Dutch, they've shit on South Africans, man. And finally, I think South Africans, with the help of Julius Malema and all these.
What up, DJ Khaled? Another one.
Perception about African Americans. Talk to us more about what that is.
This is how we see the African Americans. We see them as, people who have all these opportunities, those people who have all the money in the world, like they have the gold. We see, growing up, you see, when you hear of African Americans or people living in America, you think that they just work on gold. They don't even have to do a lot like we do here, because it's a lot more when you are here. And so when we see you all come here, even for myself growing up, what we see is money. Like these people are the people of opportunity. These people are the people who can give us something. Even growing up, this is not a place that you stay. This is a place you grow up and then you leave.
So then,
Damn, I'm always looking for a handout. She said these people can give me money. She said these people can give us money. Oh Lord.
Period.
African Americans really do not embrace their culture, and it's very, very worrying. How can I?
I have a question for you. Would you ask a Jamaican the same question? Would you ask a Guyanese person the same question? Would you ask a Haitian person the same question? No, you wouldn't, because they're just Jamaican. They're just Haitian. They're just Guyanese. The same concept applies to African American. All of them got to where they're at because of colonization. The only ones that you guys don't seem to understand is African American. Their real ethnicity, where they come from, is just America. Of course, all of the aforementioned people come from Africa originally, but you would never tell a Jamaican that they're not actually Jamaican and ask them which tribe in Africa they originate from. Y'all only do that to African Americans. It's so weird. They are American in the same way that Jamaicans are Jamaican. Their culture is American. Their ethnicity is African American.
Yeah, put a 1 in the chat if you've got a lot of that from the tether class. Oh, you African Americans have identity crisis. You don't even know where you are really from. You don't really even know what you really from or what your people or your culture really is. Oh Lord, oh Lord. Mm-mm-mm. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. We don't want no Charleston White. We don't want no Charleston White. We want to hear from the Africans. We want to hear directly from the Africans. Hold on, wait a minute. What is this one?
There was a time. Of Black Americans being lazy. If you're like me, you're wondering, where did this come from? And why do people specify Black Americans being lazy? This is a stereotype that has made its way around the world. And every time somebody wants to make a smutty remark
Oh, but this isn't a global stereotype that's made its way around the world. Let our French friend tell it.
about Black Americans, they'll call us lazy. You don't want to work. You don't want to do this and you don't want to do that. So as you rack your brain trying to figure out why are people invested in whether Black Americans work or not, put some thought to it, and you will see that it comes from the same place that everything else comes from to do with Black Americans. It all started during slavery. I've consulted several sources trying to get to the root of why people are so obsessed with whether or not Black Americans are lazy. So I came across this article from the Brookings Institution, and it's entitled Black Innovators Who Elevated the United States, Reassessing the Golden Age of Inventions. Now, this is talking about how America basically stole the intellectual properties of Black people and insinuated that white people invented things that they didn't invent, like the electric light bulb, like the telephone, like the telegraph machine, like the home security system, like the touch-tone telephone, call waiting and call ID, like the GPS system that we all rely on for getting around, like so many other inventions. It takes work to invent something. It takes time. It takes talent. It takes effort. A Black man invented the traffic light, and there has been no real improvement on that since the invention. That same Black man, Garrett Moore.
Hey, you know what? Only because we got a Cameroonian on the line. Can you name me a Cameroonian invention?
I can say that the most brilliant mathematician right now is a Cameroonian. You can check that.
So you can't name me a Cameroonian
No,
invention.
I can't, but I can say to you that the most.
Okay. All right, I got you.
Invented the gas mask.
You
No
can't.
major improvements
All
have been
right.
made on it because the invention was right from the start. There are so many. We talk about that on this channel all the time. And these inventions are just bonuses. They're just icing on the cake. The real work was done in putting this economy and this infrastructure in place. And that was done by the enslaved people through their labor. 246 years of free labor, working from can to can't. From Monday to Saturday afternoon, they gave them a little bit of time off on Sunday, and it was right back to the grind on Monday. But when somebody else is leading the narrative, they're getting the word out. They can read, they can write, they control all of the media, the newspaper, and they're spreading the lie all over the world. Even as you are working like a beast of burden to build this economy, they're out there lying on you. Then really, there is no recourse for you. Black people couldn't even read and write. We didn't even know what they were writing about us. Couldn't read their language and couldn't speak our own. So when you're up against this kind of a beast, it's almost nothing that you can do except speak your truth. Back to this article, it says, Black labor has been fundamental to the growth of America and our economy. Enslaved people, our ancestors, built the country's early infrastructure and produced lucrative commodities such as cotton and tobacco. After emancipation, after slavery ended, African-American labor was crucial in industry, agriculture, and service. Yet, the Federal Bureau of Labor Statistics, which was established in 1884, only started gathering consistent data on African-American workers in 1972. Now, all that time had passed.
Hey, sir, can you give us an example of how you guys built up your nation's country
I don't get your
post
question.
freedom? Can you give an example of how you native Cameroonians built up your country after gaining your freedom?
So after the 60s, the independence, the French didn't leave really, so they installed a president
Whoa,
without.
whoa, 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 whoa! What'd you just say?
The, we got independence in the 60s in most part of Africa, but they didn't want to leave, so they installed a system for them to stay in our country. Do you get what I'm saying?
Sir, I'm gonna ask you a question, and I hope you give me an honest answer. Is your homeland free? Yes or no?
I don't think it's totally free. No.
So you guys are still enslaved to this day. It may not
No.
be chains and whips, it may not be plantations, but you guys are still being subjugated to this day.
Can I give you an example, please?
Whoa, 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 whoa! That's a yes or no question. Are you still being subjugated to this day?
We are not enslaved. We are under imperialism.
Are you being oppressed? Yes or no?
We are being oppressed
And you're being oppressed by who?
by imperialism, American,
What country? What country?
USA, France, OTAN,
Whoa,
NATO.
whoa, 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 whoa!
It's a NATO.
And you chose to move where?
Where the Indian people go when they want to study?
Whoa, whoa, whoa! You chose to move where, sir?
You know where where I am. Where the
Sir,
Indian? Where
where
the
did
Indian?
you move to?
You know where I am. Why you asking me the
We
question?
have many viewers that are just listening to you for the first time, so why don't you educate them?
I'm in France right now.
So you just said that you guys don't really have your freedom. You're still being controlled by French imperialists, and you chose to move to your French imperialist nation to have them educate you.
What I am saying is that
No, no, no. Is that correct or is that wrong?
it's wrong.
How's that wrong?
It's wrong because I moved to France because
To get
I want.
educated, right?
Yes.
And French are the imperialists that took over your country and still control your country, right?
Yes. Mostly.
So you move to your oppressor's kingdom to have them educate you, right?
If you want to say it like that, yes. It's not the truth, but you can show, you can explain in your opinion like that, but it's not the truth. Can I give you an example?
Whoa, this is a lot to take in. This
Can
is
I
a
give?
lot to take in. This is a lot
Can,
to take in right now.
I have a
Whew.
question.
Yes,
Where the
sir. You can give me an example.
Okay. So first thing, I have a question. Where the Indian go when they want to learn outside India?
Are you
You don't
talking
know?
red dot on the forehead Indian? Are you talking Native Americans or what?
No, Indian, not Native American, Indian from Asia.
I'm an American. I don't know what Indians do for their
Let me tell
education or
you,
where they choose to. I don't know.
they go to UK. Where the
What does that
Chinese
have to
people,
do with you, African? What does that have to do with you as an African and you choosing to go to your colonizer's kingdom?
Indian go to UK, they got knowledge, and
Here,
now
here, here, here,
Indian,
here. Since you want to ask these questions, where does the Black American go to be educated?
you are in the first world country. That's my answer.
And instead of getting your country to a first world status, you chose
How
to
we do?
flee.
How we do? So okay, okay, but how will you we do that?
Jésù gbà mí, mo mọ̀ sí ẹbọ jẹ́. Jésù gbà mí, mo mọ̀ sí ẹbọ jẹ́. Yeah! Jésù gbà mí, mo mọ̀ sí ẹbọ jẹ́. Jésù gbà mí, mo mọ̀ sí ẹbọ jẹ́. Yeah! Jésù gbà mí, mo mọ̀ sí ẹbọ jẹ́. Yeah!
So do tell us how moving to France was your best choice possible.
For all the people who are mocking my accent, I speak 3 languages, and I want to know how many language you are speaking.
I don't think anybody here has been mocking your accent, so
Yeah,
don't start getting insecure.
look at the commentary. I don't give you a shit, but I just want to say that I speak
Are you
3 languages.
talking about how they said you're babbling?
Yes,
That has nothing to do with your accent, sir. It has to do with you not making sense. It has nothing to do with your accent.
I'm not making sense. How I'm not making sense? You 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 ask me why I went to France, and I just answer you that in the world most people travel to get knowledge outside their country.
Sir, this is the babbling. Who were you oppressed by? The French. Did you get your independence? No, the French still really control us. And you chose to go to France to be educated by your oppressor? Oh, well, when the Indians want to get educated, Mike, where do the Indians go? They go to the UK. Sir, we're not talking about the Indians. We're talking about you.
But that's an example to show you that it's not fleeing, it's getting something and bringing it to your country. You live in you live in USA, right?
This is a fancy way of saying you're a coward and ran.
Okay.
More than 200 African migrants have scaled the border fence into the Spanish enclave of Melilla. It's the biggest assault on the border in more than 8 years. The new arrivals, many from Cameroon and Guinea, headed towards the migrant reception centre, celebrating touching European soil. The latest incursion at Melilla brings the number of migrants who've successfully scaled the fence to almost 600 so far this year.
You have the floor, sir.
Sorry, what did you say?
I said you have the floor.
So my question is, how you get shit done in your country for black people?
Your question is, how do I get shit done in my country for black
Yeah,
people?
yes. How you, not you particularly, but the FBA. You talking about fleeing? How you do? How you improve the condition of your people? Not you, but I mean the black people, the FBA.
Sir, with all due respect, I would have the candid conversation with you, but for one, nobody put 5 on the Cash App or the PayPal to continue the broadcast and get us to an encore. So I really don't want to get into it. But for two, even more importantly, um, I just have pride, and my pride is not going to allow me to answer a question from the likes of you. And I'm sorry when I say the likes of you, that sounds harsh, but follow me for a moment. Just follow me for a moment. My pride will not allow me to answer a question from the likes of a cowardice fleer, a fleer that comes from a failed homeland still being subjugated, goes to his colonizer's kingdom under the guise of learning arithmetic and mathematics and shit. And then you have the nerve to try to question us about what we're doing to better our people as we stay and fight on our ancestral homeland. Sir, we don't run, we don't flee. That's way more than we could ever say for you and yours. You really have the nerve to question us about what we do to empower us. And look, oh Lord, them French folks really got you fucked up in the head. Them French folks really got you feeling like you somebody and you something. Oh, well, what do you do to better your people? Sir, you are still living a fantasy of going to France and making all this money and coming back and building Cameroon. And we know you're not going to do it. We know you're never going to go back. We've heard the story play out time and time again. And just like a classic tether, this man just fled off the stage, y'all. He just ran away. I didn't kick him. He just fled. Gonna have the nerve to ask me what we do to uplift us, and for a second I was gonna get into it. For a second I was gonna get into it. I was gonna answer his question, but I'm like, for one, we ain't got no encore. For two, you really got a lot of nerve. You really got a lot of nerve. And you know what? I stand corrected. I don't think he fled. I think he might have just been dealing with some Wi-Fi issues. We have him back. We have him back. I'm so sorry, sir, for saying that you fled. You probably just had some Wi-Fi problems, right?
Yes.
Okay. Sir, do you understand how disingenuous and insensitive it is to ask a foundational Black American the question that you just did, coming from the lineage that you come from?
But you know, my problem with your talk is that you don't know shit about Africa. You don't know how we fought in our country. You don't know that right now there are like 4 countries that made a
Sir,
coup
you
d'etat.
don't know shit about Africa. You live in France. What are you talking about?
I grew up in Africa. I know Africa. I go back to Africa each year. My family live in Africa. So what do you mean I don't know Africa? All my family live there. What the fuck are you saying?
And sir, since 1998, I have maintained a pen pal in Africa. And since 2002, I have sent 50 cents a week to help feed poor African children. So I too do know about Africa.
No, you don't know about Africa. If you do know about Africa, do you know what's happened right now? The number of countries who made a, I don't know how you say that, coup d'etat, like take the power from the, uh,
Sir, I will let you know exactly what's happening in Africa. It's the same thing that's been happening for hundreds of years. You have allowed your tribalistic pride to get in the way of your advancement, and you have allowed foreigners to take over your land, your resources, and subjugate you. And the sad truth of the matter is, I think you prefer it that way. I think you prefer having the lack of responsibility. I think you prefer having the white man and the white woman doing the heavy lifting in your homeland. And I think for some strange reason, you guys are ashamed of who you are and who you have been. And I land my plane.
we don't know the number of war we fought in Africa. You don't know shit about that. Right now, 4 countries, Mali, Burkina
Pinky
Faso,
Wells,
Niger.
thank you for the contribution, Pinky Wells, coming through with the 5 on the Cash App. Pinky Wells coming through with another 5 on the Cash App. Thank you so much for putting 5 on it. I appreciate the support. Lamon coming through with 5 on the Cash App says, keep the party going. We're going to keep it going. We're going to keep it going. And you know what? I thought you had backup. You had Nigerian backup waiting backstage, our boy Chuck Wu, but he just ran out of patience or something. Let's see if Chuck Wu wants to click the StreamYard link and call back in. Chuck Wu, Earth to Chuck Wu. And shout out to Bannets. Says one of the best broadcasts on YouTube right now. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. We're gonna bring up William coming from the back to the front. We've got William in the building. How you doing, William? How much of the conversation
Hey,
have you been
what's
listening to?
up? How you doing, Mikey?
Doing well. Hey, do not call me Mikey, sir. I go by
Sorry,
Mike,
sorry,
Michael,
sorry, Mike
no
TV.
Mikey.
Sorry, sorry,
Hey,
Mike
but,
TV.
but how long have this conversation have you? How long of the conversation have
I've
you
been
been?
listening to the whole conversation. I see this guy, he's delusional. You haven't done nothing in your own country. How the hell do you think that you have the gall to come to our country and say anything about us? You know, first of all, we know you live in shanty towns. We know that you have no plumbing. You know you defecate in the streets. So how do you think you have the nerve to come to our country and try to school us on trying to be oh No, we are the world kind of BS. We are not the world. Y'all don't like us. You're trying to undermine everything we're doing. So no, it's not going. We're not going.
You want to respond to him, Edwin?
Yes. First thing first, I never went to America, so I don't know what you are saying.
Okay,
Second,
so like in your country, Cameroon, right? You have a lot of
yes,
shanty towns because I've been around the world, mister, and I've seen your country. Your country is dismal. It is they have these class, and the thing is, man, your country is not looking that good, man. Why did you run from your country? You a man, you have a whole family there, kids and everything. You didn't care about none of that? Of your family?
it's a stupid
Because we
question.
didn't do that. We didn't do that. We didn't run from our families.
First thing first, Black American used to live in Liberia. You moved to Liberia, right?
No, we didn't move to nowhere, bro. We
Yes,
stayed
you,
right
you,
here in
no,
America.
no, 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 no.
No,
Black
we stay in
American,
America. We stay in America.
open a,
My family been
open,
here since the
brother, brother,
1800s,
please,
brother.
brother, please,
I
open a
can, I
book.
can, I can, I can
Open
track
a
my family
fucking
back to
book.
the 1800s.
Open a
Can you?
fucking book. Black American went to Liberia.
No,
Open
we
a book.
didn't.
Google that shit right now. Google that shit. You went to
Okay, but
Liberia,
guess what? We stay in our
and guess
country.
no,
Most
no,
of
no,
us.
and
You're
guess what?
talking about like a
And
few
guess what?
hundred people.
And
A
guess
few
what?
hundred people does not equate to a like a whole
Guess,
multitude of people, which
guess,
is like maybe
guess what?
5,000 at the most. Like we didn't even go to your country like that. We don't care about your country
Yeah,
like that.
William.
We really don't.
What he's referring to, because again, for some reason, he's really caught up on the minority for some strange reason. Apparently, there was 16,000 black people, black Americans in the 19th century that moved to Liberia.
There ain't
16,000
nobody.
ain't shit.
There ain't nothing.
In the 19th century, we had 8 or 9 million of us.
We can put.
16,000 ain't shit
They ain't
at
nothing. They
all.
ain't nobody. Nobody came to your country really. 16,000 ain't nobody, man. You know how big our population here is in America, buddy? We're in the like 5 billions right now. We got enough people. We're the biggest demographic of human beings growing in this country, even with all the migrants coming in. So what are you talking about?
So, Edwin, why are you trying to make it seem like 16,000 is a grand number?
No, that what I'm saying is that you say, oh, those we are theaters, flair, or whatever, but
But
Black
that doesn't
American
mean nothing, man.
moved
It
to
doesn't mean nothing.
Liberia and they practice.
We moved to Liberia under the guise that we were starting our own nation. They literally had to have a program in place to give us our own land and sovereignty. That's why some of us, a extreme minority, chose to go. You didn't get no shit set up like that for you in France, though, and you still fled. France didn't say, "Hey, we're gonna come over here, give you your own slice of France," or not. They didn't do nothing like that for you, and you still fled. Make it make sense.
Exactly. We had to go with the bag, sir. We
Can
had
I
to go with the
answer?
bag. If those 1,600 probably had all the money too, and we bought all the land, and y'all got pissed off and tried to kill us or kick us out, just like everybody else.
Please open a book. If you know the history, when the Black
I
American
do
moved
open the
to,
book. I got 3 degrees, sir. So
okay,
who you talking to?
Sir, you're telling us to open a book when your history that you know has been taught to you by your oppressor. FBA family, this is why we're dealing with the tether class. They're being educated by the colonizers. They have all the white supremacist talking points. Look at how they buck dance.
Mm, this is pathetic, man. Y'all are desperate. What y'all
can
so
I
desperate
answer?
for?
Can I answer to those bullshit, please?
Y'all
Parce que
desperate. Why you so desperate, man?
And don't get
just
it twisted, ladies and gentlemen. This photo that you see on the screen is of his home country, present day.
okay, you can put that. I don't give a shit. My
Yeah,
question
I
that's
know
your
you
country.
don't
when
because
That's
you
a
fled to
fictional country.
France. Of course you don't give a
no,
shit.
because it's
That's it
ridiculous.
right there.
Because it's stupid what you are
He
trying to
said,
say.
let me get out of here. I don't want to deal
Oh
with the
yes,
trash in
I'm
the
sure you
streets.
want to.
I, I want a croissant. I want a croissant every morning, a fresh croissant.
Mr. Mike,
Okay.
have a good night, man. I just want to
All right,
say I just
brother.
want to just get at it, man. FBA B1, baby.
Hey, B1, brother, B1. Thanks for calling in. And real quick, we got another cash app that came through from Jazz. Thank you so much, Jazz. I appreciate the support. Jazz says for keeping it 100. Only way to do it. Only way to do it. And shout out to Fred coming through with the cash app as well. I appreciate the contribution, Fred. And this is what really gives me hope, guys. I just got demonetized today, and at the same time, we're getting blessed with these contributions from the FBA family. So they can't stop us. What can I say? They cannot stop us. But we've got Chuck Wu backstage. Chuck Wu, unmute yourself, please.
What's up? What's up? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Hey, and Chuck Wu, we've talked about your background and your lineage so much. I forget, what state are you in the US? Are you on like
Florida.
the East Coast? Oh, Florida?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, for sure. Well, Chuck Wu, you've got a fellow African on the stage. I'm not sure how much of the conversation you got to hear, but go ahead and let us know what's on your mind.
I had a question for you, actually. Did you have the same energy for the hundreds of thousands of slaves who fled to Canada and to the Bahamas? Are they also fleers? Because there was an underground railroad that, slaves fled to Canada and to the Bahamas. Do you hate these people as well? Just curious.
Well, I think we have a misconception on our hands if you think that I hate people that simply choose to migrate.
No, but are they tethers? Are they fleers? Is the basic
Before
question.
before we even get into what these demographics are you speak of, I just want to clear the air because a lot of you tethers get your panties in a bunch and think that Mike TV hates anybody that chooses to move or relocate for better opportunity or better livelihood or anything in between, and that's
You're
just
a
simply
black
not the
crab. You're like a
case.
black crab
So
in a
so
barrel.
that's the first thing. So that's the first thing that I wanted to say. Now, as far as this underground railroad to Jamaica and Canada and all this, how many people are you estimating took part in this underground railroad outside of America?
It's over 100,000.
And what are your sources?
You have to Google it. I don't have that sources right in front of me, but more than 100,000 people fled outside of.
Okay, well, since he's gonna come to my platform spouting some shit like it's fact, and then can't cite his sources and gonna tell us we gotta look it up. Well, let me take the time to look it up then. Shoot. I thought he knew what he was talking about. How many American slaves went to Canada? God damn.
And the
Let's
Bahamas.
see. Okay, yeah. Calm down, boy. Calm down. Gonna come bring in some shit and then need us to do the research for him and yada, yada, yada. Looks like 30,000. 30,000 freedom seekers entered Canada during the last decades of enslavement. Hmm. Seems like an extreme minority. Oh, wait. He wants us to know and Jamaica, right?
Bah-
It,
Bahamas.
the Bahamas. Okay. How many American slaves went to Bahamas? 7,000 people. Sir, you are a fucking imbecile. The total number that we're talking about is 37,000, which is why we cite sources and which is why they know me as the king of receipts in these YouTube streets. You really try to pass some bullshit over on us, talking about over 100,000. What do you think about those slaves through the Underground Railroad, Mike? Over 100,000 fled like tethers to Canada and the Bahamas. Sir, you're talking about 37,000 people, not no
Right.
over
I'll take the
100,000.
30,000.
Sir. Do you want to correct yourself?
Okay, 30,000. Let's call it 30,000. Are these 30,000 people who fled, these 30,000 of your lineage who fled, tethers and fleers? Or do you have a different definition for your own lineage?
Sir, do you even know what my definition of a tether is? You've been watching me and joining in on my broadcast for so long. I've said time and time again what I believe the definition of a tether is. So why don't you go ahead and recite that for us? What is Mike TV's definition of a tether? Matter of fact, tonight I even recited it. So this should be an easy one for you.
I don't really study what you say like that. All I know is that any African
Sir, you have been
program.
following me for months now, joining my streams and chopping it up with us for hours on end. And you mean to tell me now, when you're asked what my
Well,
definition
you
of a
call
tether
me,
is,
sir, even
now
though
when asked what my definition of a tether is, you're gonna play stupid.
it's a fluid definition.
You're
It's
gonna
whoever you
play
decide.
stupid. Now it's
Whoever
fluid.
you decide
Okay,
is a tether. That's
sir,
essentially
sir, it is not fluid like your gender, sir. It is not fluid like your gender. It is not fluid at all. Jesus Christ, the ignorance, y'all, the ignorance. But I'm gonna deal with it for you guys because you've definitely earned your encore. The contributions started flowing. You've earned your encore. I definitely need to smoke a fat joint after dealing with these tethers. But goddamn, you know what? Just because there might be people new to the stream, I'll recite my definition, even though Chukwu Igwe knows exactly what the definition is. A tether to Mike TV is a person who flees their homeland, adopts a mindset of white supremacy, and actively works against the best interests of foundational Black Americans. We've
what
had
is
many people from across the diaspora call in tonight. Many people I speak to on a weekly basis. Some of these Africans live in the UK, some of them live in Canada, some of them live in the United States, and we do not view them as tethers. To be a tether, you also have to have that white supremacist mindset and work against the advancement of your Black brother and sister. But clearly, you don't understand that. Clearly, that's lost on you. Jesus
anybody
Christ.
who calls me
Chuck will chill. I'm gonna get caught up with the chat now. Papa Rage says, plus they didn't leave the continental America area like his bitch ass people did in Africa. Yeah, there's that part. Drop a bomb for that. Mickey Wells says, different from your Africans fleeing Africa today, those people were running from slavery. Yeah, let's play devil's advocate and let's say they were fleeing. The conditions under which you flee definitely hold credence. You're telling me you guys are free, modern day, not enslaved, and you still choose to run to the people who used to enslave you, and you're going to compare that to people that were actively enslaved, running to a territory where they can be free and have self-determination. Sir, that's not even an equal comparison, and you know it. Lord, Manzette says a tether is a you motherfucker. Yeah, I feel you on that.
right.
Black
So
Holocaust survivor says they still claim their lineage, and as Tynesha stated, we don't disrespect others in their own countries. Yes, very valid point to make. All right, Chuck, go
one
ahead.
point that you're missing though is that when people immigrate to the United States and become American citizens, they have all the rights and privileges of American citizens. So it doesn't really matter.
I know I'm a Nigerian African tether, but like one of my parents was American and like I moved to America and I have like all of the freedoms and rights of an American. So like please don't call me a tether, Mike. I am a American.
So I
We've
have a
got
question
another
for you, Ken.
contribution. Hold on real quick, guys. We've got another contribution coming through from Mind Wars. Thank you so much for putting the 5 on it, brother. I appreciate you. I appreciate it. We've got Francis coming through with much love. Appreciate the support, Francis. Oh, Francis, I called an audible on the comedy live streams, but I'm thinking I'm gonna bring that back Wednesday night. Yeah, after chopping it up with you, I think Wednesday night is a good time. But Francis gets several bombs. Goddamn it, Francis is always showing up and showing out. But Francis, I gotta tell you, Francis, I need your help, Francis. I need your help. I need to talk to you. I need you to deprogram me or something because I'm starting to feel some type of way about these Caribbeans. Francis, on tonight's broadcast, I was educated and discovered that Haile Selassie gave land to foundational Black Americans. And as soon as the Jamaicans heard about it, they went and took over the land and straight up stole it from us. And when I heard that, I said, oh man, it makes me feel some type of way about the Jamaicans, or slightly, ever so slightly. So So I think I need to chop it up with a good Jamaican so I can balance out my karmic scales, because
Sorry,
that just did not sit right with me at all when I heard that. That was absolutely crazy. I was today's years old when I learned that the Caribbean people stole land from foundational Black Americans. But nonetheless, we got to give Frances her praise because she's one of the good ones. Let's go. Thank you, Francis. You don't have to apologize for the Jamaicans. You don't have to apologize. And actually, you know what? I'm such an ignorant American who doesn't know geography that as I speak with more members of the diaspora, for example, Francis, I don't know if you heard, but I had another firecracker from St. Lucia call in. But as I was saying, the more I talk to people from the diaspora, the more that I realize that the subtle nuance. So again, it wasn't the Jamaicans solely who stole the land in Ethiopia. It was the Caribbean folks in general. So them folks from St. Lucia and all them other little islands definitely got in on it. It wasn't just the Jamaicans. You guys share the blame with your brothers and sisters across the Caribbean. But let me get caught up with the chat real quick, and then we'll keep it going. Manset says those jerk turkey tip eat motherfuckers was hating. Damn. All right. All right. Oh, Francis did hear her. Okay. So ignorant. She's a disgrace. Hey, no, no. She makes a very valid point. She is an expert fleer. She fled from St. Lucia all the way to Norway, cold and wet Norway. She had a valid point. If these tethers are so successful fleeing, why don't we flee? And everybody should flee, and let's all flee. But all right, let's go ahead and give our resident Africans some attention now. You guys have the floor. Go ahead.
So I want to say something. First thing, what you say about Ethiopian is not right. The King Haile Selassie gave land for Rastafari Jamaicans, not to FBA. I don't know where you get that information, but it's wrong. You can go.
Sir, respectfully, I'm not going to take a history lesson about what happened in Ethiopia from a Cameroonian that fled to France. You got the game all kinds of backwards, sir. I'm not taking a history lesson from a man who gets his history from the French. We
Sorry, that's
already pulled the receipts. We already pulled the receipts on it, but I will educate you, sir, because you're still a distant cousin of sorts. Let's go ahead and educate you. Now, more specifically, the island, or I don't think it was an island. The landmass was called Shashamane. Shashamane. Let's read a little bit about Shashamane. History. 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 I wonder if it's gonna say that Haile Selassie gave this land to fucking Rastafarians. I wonder if it's even gonna mention the fucking word Rastafarian once. Let me zoom in so you guys don't just have to take my word for it, and you guys can also see what is the history. Following the end of the Italian invasion in 1941 and Emperor Haile Selassie's return to the throne, he made plans to grant 500 acres of fertile land to Black refugees in 1948 in response to racism in the United States. Sir, this don't say a goddamn thing about Rastafarians. Sir, if Rastafarians or Jamaicans or Caribbeans, then why would he give them land in response to racism in the United States when they were not the Black people living in the United States? Sir, you've got some splaining to do. Start splaining.
Okay. So basically, I went to Wikipedia and you can check that movement.
So basically, I want you to cite your source and tell me where you heard that the land was for Rastafarians.
You can Google it on Wikipedia. Movement.
I just Googled it on the Wikipedia, and Wikipedia says you are false. You are full of foo-foo.
You want me to read what I'm saying? I'm seeing.
Yeah,
I am
read
told.
something. Shit. Share your
Okay.
screen.
I need to translate because this is French. So attends. Wait a moment.
This motherfucker just said he needs to translate because it's French. This motherfucker just said he needs to translate because it's French. FBA family, I don't think you heard. This motherfucker needs to translate because what he's about to read is in French, i.e., written by the French, i.e., the same colonizers that took over his homeland that he then fled to. Sir,
Language.
we're not taking a history lesson. We are not taking a history
No,
lesson
no.
from the
Okay, I
goddamn
found in English.
French.
I found in English. I found in
How
English.
many
Can I read?
times? No.
Can
How
I
many
read?
times
I
do I have
found
to
in
tell
English.
you we are not taking history lessons from the French? We do not trust the French to give us proper history. What are you smoking? God damn, no means no, sir. No means no. I do not care what French person, what French aristocrat put out some shit talking about the land was supposed to be for Rastafarians. I don't care, sir. We're not with the misinformation. We just Googled it. We just got the answer. And look, I'll click to a different source. Let's find a different one. Oh, wait, hold on. Is this the one he's looking at? France? Oh, it's interesting how France tells a different tale. It's interesting how one of the only ones talking about Rastafarians is France. Oh, it must be like the French have an agenda. Let me see if there's anybody else that says, oh, the Britons say that same story. Damn, don't tell me it's the colonizers. Don't tell me the colonizers got together and are pushing out a narrative that the land was for the Rastafarians. Damn. Lord, oh Lord. Peep game, FBA family. The only ones that say that the land was for the Rastafarians is the BBC and France 24. CNN says there are Rastafarians in Ethiopia. CNN acknowledges that Rastafarians occupy the acreage in Ethiopia, but CNN ain't saying that Rastafarians were gifted the land, that it was given to them. The colonists, damn, the colonial powers, they really have a strange way of contorting history, don't they? Strange way indeed. So, sir, the source that you were about to read from to support your claims was a French source, right?
But it wasn't a French source. That's very
Then
that's
why was it in French? And you were gonna have to translate it.
because I live in France and come on, my internet is in French. That's all.
Okay,
So
so
my
what's the
research
name
are
of
in
your
French.
source?
Okay, you can. It's Wikipedia. You can Google it. Rastafari movement.
So the same Wikipedia that we were just on that says the
Yes,
land was
yes, you
gifted to
can.
Black
Yes,
Americans,
do it, please.
you're
Do it,
on
please.
some other page that
No,
says
do it, please.
that's
Or I
not the
can read
case.
it if you want. If you want, I can read for you, or you do it as you want.
You know what? You have such an interesting accent. I would love to hear you narrate it. Go ahead.
Yeah, you want to mock me, but that's okay.
I'm not mocking you. You have a very nice accent. It's fit for audiobooks. Go ahead.
So, what they say? Rasta accord key importance to Haile Selassie I, Emperor of Ethiopia, between 1930 and 1974. Many regard him as the second coming of Jesus and Jah incarnate. Attends, c'est où? Let me, please, what moment, please? A second.
I'm waiting, sir.
Please, what a moment, please.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Please, attends. 1 minute,
All right,
please.
guys. It looks like he's coming short. It's okay. I bet you it's acknowledging the Rastafarian presence, but it's not saying that land was specifically gifted to Rastafarians because it wasn't. This is where you pull out the Jeopardy music. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. It's the government.
It's the government. It's the government. The government. The government. It's the government. It's the government. The government.
You know, we've got another guest we can bring up. We've got Chief Moria in the house. Chief, can you hear
Yes.
us okay?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear. Let us know where you're calling in from.
I'm calling from Atlanta, Georgia. I am what you would call a tether, I guess. That's the terminology you guys use.
Why do you believe you're a tether?
My parents are African. I was born here and they moved back.
Whoa. Wait a minute. They whoa.
Yeah.
You were born here,
Yeah.
raised here, and then they went back
Oh man,
and
you
left
know
you
how?
here?
Yeah. You gotta get this money, right?
Were you like at least of age to leave and fend for
Yeah.
yourself?
I was already in college by the time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm just making sure you wasn't 9 years old, and they was like,
No,
okay,
no, no,
nigga,
no,
you
no, no.
survive in America.
Right.
Oh Lord.
And
And what is your thoughts of foundational Black Americans receiving reparations?
I have a theory. I have a bit of a theory. I have a theory. Are you part of the CIA or FBI at all? Honestly speaking.
If I was, I doubt I would give you a straight answer on that.
That's true.
If I was, then I'm sure I could neither confirm nor deny the allegations.
Man, I didn't even think about that. Dude, you're good. You're good. I didn't even think about that. Should have thought about that. Man, should have thought about that, right? Why would you? Okay. I've been checking out your page.
Sir, I asked you, what do you think about us receiving reparations? Go.
Of course. Why wouldn't you receive reparations? That's of course.
So I found the information if you want.
Why would you
my
not
Frenchman.
think I would want you to? Why would you not think so? Why would you think? Have you ever been to Africa? Can I ask you that? Have you ever been to Africa?
Sir, you are all over the place. Do you want me to answer why I think you would be against us getting reparations?
Yeah,
Do
why?
you want me to answer the CIA alphabet questions? Do you want me to answer whether I've been to Africa? I mean, good Lord, you're all over the place today.
Okay, we'll do. Have you ever been to Africa? Can we go with that one? Have you ever been there?
Nope. Don't have any plans to.
So how could you be talking about a place you've never? That's like me talking about how horrible Los Angeles is, and I've never been there.
I don't understand where you're coming from.
You constantly talk about a place you've never even been.
Give me an example of how I constantly talk about a place I've never been. Because tonight we've talked about a country of Cameroon, and we've looked up information on it in real time. So yes, I do research on countries in Africa quite often on a weekly basis.
So it's just YouTube and you're YouTube scholar. Is that what Umar call it? You're a YouTube scholar? Like you just go on YouTube and check articles and I got it. I know what it's like to live in Cameroon. Like,
oh my gosh, sir. If I want to know about the conditions in Cameroon and I seek videographic evidence, street interviews, as well as footage from Street View of what it looks like in Cameroon, Exhibit A, then why are you trying to diminish the information because it was gained on the internet? All information is on the internet. It's 2024. What are we talking about here?
Because
Oh Lord, and then he mentioned Umar Johnson, so he's a Umarian. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna go back to the Frenchman. The Frenchman was a little more interesting. Frenchman, do you have your sources together?
Yeah, I got my sources.
Okay,
So,
go for it.
Haile Selassie had already met with several Rasta elders in Addis Ababa and allowed Rastafari and other people of African descent to settle on his personal land in Shashamane.
What do you mean,
So-
and other people of African descent?
That's what he is, right? And other people of African descent to settle on this personal land in Shashamane. I can send you the link if you want.
Sir, your point, your
My
claim
point-
was that Haile Selassie gave that land to Rastas. What you just read does not support your own claim. You just said he met with Rastas and other Black Africans and other members of the desert. Sir, what are you talking about?
No, my
Nothing
point.
that you just
No,
read
no, no, no,
supported
no.
your
My
claim.
point was, they did. Jamaican people didn't steal land from you. That was my point. He gave land to African descent people, not just FBA, not just Jamaican people. African people descent. The same thing apply in Ghana right now.
And again, I'm not taking my history lesson from a tether that fled to France. We already did the research in real time. We already read it and cited our sources. And it said that he gave the land to Black people from the West because of the support that we showed and because he wanted to do his part to fight against racism where? In America. Where are Caribbeans? Are they in America? No. So what are you talking about, sir? If the 500 acres of land, the fertile land at that, was to be given to Black refugees in response to racism in the United States, why would Caribbeans have any claims to that when they aren't faced with racism in the United States? Good Lord,
Basically,
the tether
what
babble
you
is
are saying
strong.
that is if FBA went to Ethiopia at that time, he wouldn't have land. That's it.
I don't know what you just said.
I mean, if you say that Jamaican people stole that land from you, is that right? From FBA. So my question is, at that time, if Black American went to Ethiopia, the Ethiopian government do the Ethiopian people gave them land or not?
I still don't understand you.
Okay, how can I say that? If you go to Ethiopia right now in Shashamane, could you buy a land?
I have no idea.
You could, like every other African people descent. That's my point. They didn't steal shit from you. If you want to go right now to Shashamane, you can't go to Shashamane as a FBA. So why are you
As
saying
a
otherwise?
FBA, I can go anywhere I want in the world. What's your
No,
point?
that's not my point. I'm talking about those land in Shashamane. If you want to go there, you can go there, right or wrong?
Sir, I can go anywhere my passport allows
No,
me
that's not
to.
my question. You can go anywhere if you want, even if you mourn if you want. My question is, if you go to Shashamane, that's that land that Haile Selassie gave to African people descent. Can you, as a FBA, buy some land in Shashamane?
I'm sorry, they really wanted me to play the babble clip. Sir, I can buy land anywhere that I like.
No, you are saying that Jamaican people stole those land from you.
The land was for Black refugees dealing with racism in America. Why are you forgetting that part? Why are you ignorant to that part? It's like imagine if he said, "Hey, we're gonna give land to Black refugees dealing with racism in Jamaica." Well, by default, he would be talking about Jamaicans. But when he says he wants to do something to help the plight of people dealing with racism in America, you think for some reason Caribbeans have a claim to that? Sir, you don't understand how ignorant you sound.
You can, how can I say that? It was for African people descent. It's not only FBA who suffer racism. It's not that. All of Black people, Caribbean people, African people will suffer of racism too. So, in my opinion, I think Haile Selassie want to give those land to African people descent, not just FBA, because you are not.
Sir, we're going in circles. I already said I am not believing your version of history. I'm not. I'm not going to
Why?
allow some French Cameroonian to tell me what happened in Ethiopia. I'm just not.
Sorry,
It's not how it's going down.
sorry, but it's a little stupid because you don't have to trust me. You just have to do your research. Google that shit right now. I can send you a
We
link.
already
Why?
did, and you don't
No.
believe the
So
information we found. You want
I
us to
believe
believe
I believe your
your
information.
information.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my god, stop fucking lying.
I will send you the link in the chat. Look at. You can check for yourself. It's not French information. it's information accessible for all of you. You can check that. And it's very stupid to say all the time, oh, French history, French history. I didn't learn history in France. First thing, I have book, you have book. I have internet, you have internet. You can do your research. Please do so. And I just sent you a link in the chat.
Are you finished or are you done?
You can say what you want to say.
What time is it in France?
Right now it's 5 p.m.
5 p.m. on what, a Tuesday?
Yes.
Damn, me and the
No,
whole,
what
the whole
I'm
next.
saying. No, Monday. Sorry, Monday.
It's 5 p.m.
I don't know. I don't know if I'm saying that right. It's
No, it's 5 a.m. It's 5 a.m. And this just speaks to the psychological condition that these tethers are suffering from. It's 5
that's
a.m.
stupid. You know
Hey,
I don't
it's
speak
5
English.
a.m. on a Monday, y'all. It's 5 a.m. on a Monday, and this motherfucker's calling into an FBA stream to try to convince us about the history of Rastafarians migrating in
Why
Ethiopia.
is
Y'all,
what is
this is
so stupid
wild.
what you're
We
saying?
don't care about them like this. We don't think about them like this. We don't go in their spaces at all. But this is why we call them tethers. You're trying to attach yourself to someone. You're trying to attach yourself to a people. It's 5 in the morning and you up arguing with Mike TV. Oh Lord, I will never go out that bad. Never, ever, ever. I love myself almost to the point of narcissism, and I ain't gonna be up until 5 a.m. arguing with my damn self, let alone another man, about the history of another foreign country you ain't even from, ain't even got no stake in. Yeah, y'all. That's why I had to just pause it real quick and say, hold up, he's in France. It gotta be a crazy time right now. We got brothers from the UK who call in 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning to chop it up, compare notes. You feel me? There are good members of the diaspora out there. But then we got these crazy ass French Cameroonians at 5 in the morning. 5 in the morning. And I'm up arguing about history with you. You. Damn. So much babbling. It's 5 in the morning. Tethers are up thinking about us. Sir, at what point in time do you want to go to bed?
Now, listen to me. I was in the party before
You have
I
work in
went.
the morning, right?
No, I don't. I don't work tomorrow. If- I don't work
Oh,
tomorrow.
okay.
Why would I talk to you if that was the case?
It wouldn't be the first time. It wouldn't be the first time.
It's the second time. It's the second time you're talking to each other, right? So what you are even saying?
No, I'm
You're like,
saying we've had
oh,
many
it's like,
tethers call in at booty call hours, even though they got work in the morning.
yeah, but
It wouldn't
I'm
be the
me,
first
and
time.
I'm not the people who are talking. I'm me.
All right. Well,
So that's not a religion place.
Frenchman, I'm gonna put you on ice real quick, and we're gonna talk to our self-proclaimed tether. I'm only referring to Chief as a tether because he called himself a tether. Actually, we didn't even get a chance to get into it, Chief. What country is your family from?
Oh, the great country of Kenya. Kenya. I'll claim it. I'm the king of all tethers. I'll claim it. I am the tether spokesman from now on.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Got it.
All right.
And I believe when we were talking, were you the one talking some bullshit about over 100,000 Black Americans went to Canada and carry?
No,
Is
that
that
was the
you?
man. That was some other guy. I don't know.
Okay, I'm getting the tethers mixed up now. I'm getting the tethers mixed up. Well, go ahead. You have the floor. Say whatever you want to, but make sure to say it with your chest.
Okay. It might be a series of questions because I'm still figuring out this FBA thing. What do you guys hope to accomplish here? Like, what is outside of bashing Africans and Caribbeans and what is it? What is it that like y'all just get a kick out of? Because it's just kick out of talking down on people. Is that what Like, do y'all have a PowerPoint plan? 2000. What's 2024's plan for the FBA? What do y'all hope to accomplish? Reparations, right? And number two, what is it?
You all over the place, boy. You gonna have to tighten up. You gonna have to tighten up. Hey, I don't know if you've watched me before or whatever, but you're
Yeah,
out
I
of
saw
your
you. I
depth.
saw you jump on HI.
Tighten up.
You've been kind of
Tighten
riding
up.
Umar Johnson.
You gotta
Crazy,
tighten
brother.
up now.
You've been
You have to
riding
tighten
Umar
up.
Johnson.
Sir, you're the one who's mentioning Umar Johnson's penis. If there's anyone writing it, it's you. The only one who mentioned Umar Johnson on this stream is you. So since you want your Umar fix, I'll give it to you, you batty boy.
You batty boy. You batty boy. Batty boy. You batty boy. You batty boy. Batty boy. Letting dudes play with your booty hole. Letting dudes play with your booty hole. You ain't hard, bitch. You ain't hard, bitch.
There's your Umar fix for the night. I hope you feel satiated.
Bro, you're the one stalking him. You
Now
was on the
try to
HI
get your questions
podcast,
in
bro.
order.
I said, is that the same guy?
Try to get your questions in order and ask
Okay.
them one at a time. You
Okay,
can do
number
it.
one. What is your guys' mission? Like, is there a mission statement, or like, is this the internet thing? I don't help me. I don't even know really how to point this question because I don't know what you guys are.
Then maybe we should start there since you're
Yes.
so fascinated with something that you don't even
This
know
is
what it
fascinating.
is.
It is really fascinating. This is like a cultural movement. Like, what the?
Yeah, I know. Y'all don't have many of those in Kenya, huh?
No, we got one right now. You don't see Mali, Niger. We just overthrew the French out of Niger. We just did that.
Whoa, hold on. Educate me. Or you said Kenya. Is Nigeria a part of Kenya?
Yeah, we're Africans, man. We're all together.
Whoa. Are we talking about two different countries in Africa and you're trying to take credit for what one country is doing? Sir, stop the cap. Stop the
We're all
cap
one
right now.
people, brother.
No, oh my God, this Pan-African, pan-scamming ass bullshit. Sir, stop it.
You my brother too.
I said, what movement have you Kenyans done? And you talking about how in Nigeria they kicking out the French. Sir, you're not Nigerian. You're from Kenya.
I am Nigerian. You do know these countries are arbitrary lines. Like, they were dropped off.
So you're Nigerian and you're Kenyan. Please explain that.
Because we're
how are you Nigerian?
These borders were created by the Europeans. These aren't real original borderlines. You know that, right?
Oh God. Oh Lord. We're dealing with a special one.
You don't
Ladies
know
and
that?
gentlemen, boys and girls, my patience have reached its limit. But somebody put 5 on it, and I'll do one final deep dive. We'll do one final.
Let's go, guys.
Oh God, I really don't want you guys. I need to smoke. I need to get high for this. This is just so much tether babble in one stream. We literally had like 4 or 5 different tethers calling.
Well, you got to lay off the drugs,
Oh
brother.
Lord.
You got to lay
Oh
off the
Lord.
drugs, man.
Yeah.
It's showing.
Don't make me look up what drugs y'all doing in Kenya, stealing people's bones to get high with and shit. Don't try to compare our natural herbal remedies to that fuck shit y'all be getting all kind of strung out on in Kenya. Okay, chill, boy, chill. God damn, y'all. The mental instability, the plebiscite babble, the splaining, the tap dancing, the bug dancing. And yes, I know they be on that cat. I know be on that cat. All right, here's what I'll do. I'll just go ahead and set a timer. I'll give it another 10 minutes, okay? We'll give this all we got for another 10 minutes. Good Lord. I got it.
You're real beige.
We can do it. We can do
You
it.
hate black people, bro? Like, what is this?
All right, so what are you babbling about now? You
What
said
is your
something about
ethnicity?
beige or hating
what is
black
your
people or
ethnicity? Because you're not all black, brother. I could tell.
Oh God, he's jumping around so much, sir. Take just please take like not even a full.
This is a clown.
But take a half of Ritalin real quick. Take a half of Ritalin and take a full Adderall before you call into the show. Your thoughts are all over the place. Your thoughts are all over the place. Jesus Christ. He wants to know if I'm an FBI CIA agent. He wants to know if I've been to Africa. He wants to know what the mission and manifesto statement for all FBAs globally is. He wants to know what my ethnicity is. Oh my gosh, he's all over the goddamn place. Sir, I'm going to do the one. I'm going to be the one answering the questions and asking them, of course. But first, you have to answer something for me. Do you even know what a foundational Black American is? Do you know what a foundational Black American is?
Depends on who you talk to, bro. There's a lot of
It depends on who you talk to. So the answer is no. Next question. Is foundational Black American, is that a group or political movement?
Not a political movement. Come on. You're a YouTube subreddit group and you guys just run around the internet in your mom's basement, mad at dark skinned guys because they probably.
Oh my gosh. So he's an insecure dark-skinned man, guys. If you give a tether enough rope to hang himself, he hangs himself every time. He's an insecure darky of a tether. Oh Lord, he's a crispy tether, this one. He's a crispy one. He says we just sit up on the YouTubes and the subreddits in our mom's basement. Sir, if you are calling in the evening to somebody who you suspect is a subtweeter redditor in his mom's basement, sir, what does that make you? This is how you spend your free time. You could be doing anything in the world right now, but you're calling in to talk to us, and we just want to know why. Yeah, he's definitely holding on to that pan scamming meat. Sir, do you understand that being a foundational Black American is simply a lineage-based claim?
Yeah, I know that.
Then why are you asking me what mission or manifesto or goals or aspirations we have? I'm not over on a Kenyan live stream saying, hey, what are you Kenyans working on? I'm not on a Jamaican stream talking about, hey, what are you Jamaicans working on doing for yourself? So why are you over here trying to press us?
The screen is a flag with Africa and a giant X on it and a black baby with a diaper. Come on, man. You troll.
And that triggers a Pan-Africanist. That triggers the hell out of a Pan-Africanist. Y'all don't understand seeing their Pan-African flag with a red X on it and one of these little tether children. Oh, Lord, it triggers a Pan-Africanist. And they can't help but call in. They just can't help it. But you know what? Honestly, that one's more boring than our French friend. So I'm going to go back to our French friend. French friend, what time do you plan on going to sleep?
I think you are very funny.
Oh, thank you. I think you are funny too at times.
Thank you. You are funny people. What was your question?
What time do you plan on going to sleep?
When I will um, when I'm tired.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna wrap up the stream in a few minutes, so you ain't got to go to sleep, but you got to get the hell out of here sooner than later. Shout
No
out to
problem.
S.
I
Nice
have
to see
I
you.
have
Nice to
something
see
to
you.
do with my life. No problem.
Well, hey,
What's the problem?
let's start by providing closing remarks. Go ahead and give us some closing remarks. Did you learn something new today?
Yes, I learned something, and I feel that you doesn't open a book a lot of time. You and other people who are talking because you don't know shit about Africa. I don't think I'm not saying that you are stupid or something like that, but in which concern Africa, you don't know shit. You don't know shit. You don't know our history. You don't know what is going on right now. All you have to say is I Twitter, Fleer. You don't know shit. It's funny for me. That's all. It's very
You're
funny.
right. You're right. We don't know sheet. We don't know sheet. But what
Yeah,
we
mock
do
my
know,
accent. No
eh,
problem.
wait,
Mock.
wait, but what we do know is that you are still being colonized by the French, and you chose to move to their kingdom to be educated. We don't know sheet, but we do know that for certain.
Yeah, you
We
can
do
mock
know
my
that
accent.
much. All right. Well, thank you for calling in. Erwin, is it Edwin or is it Erwin?
It's Edwin.
Or Edwin. Okay. Well, thanks for calling in, Edwin. Talk to you soon.
Okay. Until next time. Goodbye.
All right. Till next time. Peace out. Jesus. I'm not even gonna tell the Kenyan to keep it concise because you know he's just gonna babble until we kick him off. Kenyan, we like the way you dance. Go ahead and give us a little two-step.
Hey man, I really like the time that you gave me. I appreciate it though. I really do. But I would say just be a little more open minded, man. Africans don't hate you. I don't know where you guys are getting that from. You should go there. You'll be surprised. You'll love it. You know
You
what I
should
mean?
go there with your family.
I am. I live in here and there, bro. I do. See, the world's a lot smaller nowadays, you know? We're everywhere, man. We're everywhere. You don't even know it. Pop out of anywhere at any moment. An African, boo. You gonna run? You scared of Africans or something?
Yeah, we know you guys are fleeing here in record numbers. And a boom, here, there, everywhere. Here's an African, there's an African. Oh, there's another African, yeah. Record numbers.
Yes, I love it. I love it. We're everywhere. I love it. We're everywhere. We're coming to get you. We're coming to get all of y'all Africans. Bro, you can't stop it, man. Mike, you can't stop. Like, what do you... We created everybody. Like, is this inevitable, bro? Our genetics...
You created everybody?
We created everybody. Everyone comes to us, man. Our genetics, as soon as you touch an African, you're African. Just like that. It happens just like that.
Well, I'll make sure not to shake your hand.
Oh my goodness, bro. What?
And why do you call yourself Chief Moriah?
I'm a chief, man.
Like actually a chief?
Yeah, real chief, bro.
What African chief spends half his time in America?
That because it's
Where
the
is the
world.
chief? Oh, the chief
You
is
know,
living
Africans
in
were here
America right
before
now.
the Europeans, right? You know that, right?
Oh Lord.
If you go in the
Oh,
Appalachian
Lord.
Mountains, you will see hieroglyphics, brother.
Yep.
Not Appalachian
Oh,
Mountain. I'm sorry, Grand Canyon.
Grand Canyon. Yep. I was just
Yeah,
gonna
we're
correct you. Yep,
everywhere.
you're right.
We
Yep.
we
Africans were the first to
civilized.
circumnavigate the globe. Yep.
Yeah,
Right.
of course.
Mhm.
You go down to South America, you look at those Aztec monuments, you will see a big black face with a wide nose. He's African. You know, Buddha was African too, right? Jesus is African. Muhammad is African. We created all religions. That's why you see Ethiopians in Israel right now. People are like, why are black people in Israel? Because we created Judaism.
Yeah, y'all. I told y'all closing remarks would take a while with this one. He just got he just has a what do they call it in school? An attention deficit. He has an attention deficit disorder.
Listen, you got to keep up. I'm African, bro. We know a lot. Black
Yeah, I
Madonna,
know.
Madonna and Child. You know about that? The Pope prays to a
Yep.
Black Madonna and a
Black
Black
Madonna
Child.
was your great grandmama. Yep.
There we go. You see it? It's
And
all
the
African,
Pharaoh
bro.
was your grand uncle. Yeah.
It's all African. The world's African, bro. The whole world. You're African.
Whoa.
You've done a
Hold
DNA
on.
test, right?
Hold on. Wait a minute now. Wait a minute.
You're not African.
Wait a minute. Oh,
I can prove it.
Lord.
I can prove it.
Okay now.
The man is killing us, man. Over. Bless the bamboo up. Drop the bamboo, man.
Who is that? TR3 Dub 4. Brother, you're African. I'm sorry to break it to you, man. I'm sorry. Listen.
Yeah,
I'm
you
sorry.
like calling somebody African is fighting words these days. You not just call me African, boy.
You're African.
You call me a nigga, but don't call me no African.
Oh, they won't even know you're American. They
Oh
would say,
Lord.
Mutu, quit playing, go back home.
No, they would
You're not
definitely
going
call me
anywhere, Mutu.
American. They would call me Yankee.
No, they would not. They wouldn't even
If I
know.
went to any other country in the world, they would recognize I'm a Black American, distinctly different from an African, and I would be treated like royalty compared to how an African abroad would be treated. What are you talking about? Pinky Wells says I'm Irish, French, Native Indian, no African. Yeah. We share a pretty similar makeup, Pinky. Yeah, this guy thinks he's the king of Wakanda. So, sir, if everything's African and African is African and everything is African, then why is the continent of Africa still in such a fucked up condition?
Who depends where you go. Let's say that's anywhere
Don't
you
tell me
go.
that it depends where you go. The whole continent is fucked up.
Have you been to Southside Chicago? Have you ever been there?
Oh my God! In classic Tether fashion, he's gonna bring up Chicago. You said Africa's messed up. Well, I saw this one show one time. Have you ever been to More? Do you know about The Wire? You know how crazy it gets in them More streets with them Barksdale brothers? What are you talking about?
And in the back, I'm just saying, no matter where black people across this globe are getting their ass handed to them. I ain't gonna deny that. No matter where you go.
Nah.
Where do you live, bro? What city do you live in?
Nah. Us Black Americans is built different. We ain't getting beat on like that. We ain't getting subjugated like that. We
Do you not see
rally
the
back.
murder rate?
Come on now.
The murder rate? Have you seen that? And I guarantee you, turn in local news right now. Black man killed another black man. And that's America, bro. It is what it is. We all in this shit together, whether you like